Okay, the time is 6:05, and my name is Joe Malone. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Looking around, we do have a quorum. And I would ask that you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for a moment of silent prayer and reflection. Be seated. Just had a worm fall off me. That's shocking. Yeah.
Technically, it's a caterpillar.
Thank you, Kathy. Sorry.
I've been corrected 100 times.
And I'm going to ask that the vision statement, mission statement, and board goals be read, please.
The vision statement: empowering and inspiring all students to achieve their full potential. The mission statement: Wimberley ISD is dedicated to excellence in education that fosters a culture of kindness and respect, creates lifelong learners, and empowers students to make a positive impact in their community. We believe that everything that we do should help ensure the success of all of our students. As educators, we maximize class time in an engaging and challenging way. Our teachers are personally invested in our students. Students in Wimberley are committed to community service, and the community supports students in return. A quality public Wimberley ISD education drives the future of a successful Texas. As a district, we strive to meet the needs of the whole child, academically, emotionally, and socially. Wimberley ISD provides the foundation to create engaged citizens who will become lifelong learners. All our children, parents, faculty, and staff should be treated with kindness and respect. We are committed to excellence in all we do. Wimberley ISD goals: achieve excellence in education, foster a culture of kindness and respect, create lifelong learners, make a positive impact in our community.
Okay, at this time, we're going to move into our agenda, and item number 2 on our agenda is the public forum. And I'm going to turn this over to Alan.
We had 74 public comments submitted through our online system. I was able to record 57 minutes of those. I think it's the first 54. So we'll play that. And then I have 20 more comments that I need to read out loud that came in. Didn't have enough time. So we've got 57 minutes of it on recording. Comments submitted by Juliana Jacobs. Please make masks optional. They're detrimental to childhood health and mental wellness. Comments submitted by Campbell Horn. Masks should not be required anymore. There have been next to 0 cases in the district since the super spreader spring break where no one was wearing a mask. Comments submitted by Kaylee Schroyer. I would like masks to be an option, and you can wear if you would like, but should not be required to do so. Comments submitted by Hannah Owens. Since the end of the statewide mask mandate on March 10th, approximately 100 Texas school districts that I'm aware of have done the right thing and given freedom of choice back to parents and students where it should have always been. I'm sure all of you have been to a restaurant over the past year and enjoyed a nice time of dining while freely breathing. If you're safe to do that, our children should have the basic right to breathe while sitting at a desk for 8 hours a day. Unmask our children. Comment submitted by Dawn Wade. Return the right of parents to make medical decisions for their own children. Cases are low, down 28% since the governor released us from masking, even though we have had sleepovers and birthday parties and youth sports unmasked for months. Special COVID wards are closing. Many vaccination providers are shutting down due to lack of interest/mission complete. Small ISDs have gone optional and done fine. Large ISDs, see Katy ISD's return to normal message from their superintendent starting June 1st, are finally now showing us their exit plan and doing away with forced masking. Florida dictated masks must be optional next year. They have done better than most states who locked down. This has to stop, and you need to provide us with an exit plan now. People that want to continue living in fear and ruining the economy can stay home or wear 2 masks. Put children first, not fear first. Comment submitted by Savannah Horn. Please let us have a choice to wear a mask or not. Comment submitted by Linda Curio. Please adhere to Governor Abbott's mandate that masks are up to the individual and should be left to the parents what's best for their child. Follow the real science that masks don't work, and please stop trying to please the parents that are watching the scare tactics of the mainstream media. I can assure you that those pro-mask parents are the minority. Comment submitted by Jennifer Sabatier. Dear WISD school board members, just because it hasn't happened to you or someone close to you does not mean it hasn't happened. Wearing masks was implemented for this school year based on medical recommendations for the safety of all in our school community. Keeping a policy for the duration of the school year for the safety of all is the right thing to do and what your task force determined. If you are a leader, your job is not to appease and please the popular crowd or your church members, clients, or friends. It is also not leadership to grant preferential treatment. Regardless of how successful or challenged any student has been in our community, they all matter. Listening to parents proclaim their students' successful record as a reason to let go of a mask policy shows just how emboldened these few loud families are. School policy and code is not transactional based on student successes. These codes are established for the sake of community, and that includes everyone. I was included on a text string with some of the organizers of this radicalized mask protest, probably by accident. My first instinct was to give those on the front lines at our school a heads up, and I did. I did so because it is the right thing to do to preserve community, even if it cost me friendships. I asked to be removed from that text string the following day. What was revealed to me in that text string among 14 or so parents was that this small group's actions planned for the following day was both known and encouraged by the superintendent of schools. Mr. York made it clear to this very small but loud minority of parents that there was no risk for this bad behavior that disrupted 3 days of school and tore holes in our community. These families knew their children would not have any consequences for this breaking of school code, and as far as I know, there were not any civil attempts before this tantrum, such as having a conversation or meeting to discuss the concerns about masks. This blatant disregard for the school code and community would never have been tolerated by the district if the group creating the protest on another topic were marginalized or less privileged than the mass protesters. Rules are for the community, particularly in public school, and serve all of the members and not just a popular few. Even if just one member is harmed by removing the rule, that member and the rule should be held in high regard. We are, after all, only as kind and good as we treat the most marginalized and most at risk. Really caring and having compassion comes from our hearts, not egos. I encourage each of you to be sure you are locating your decision-making from a place that is actually your heart of compassion. I was so disgusted and heartbroken listening to what some of you said in the last board meeting, disregarding the work of the task force you enabled to make the expert decisions with regards to COVID policy. Giving any foothold to this kind of bad behavior of a few is a terrible precedent that will have repercussions. Our community's lack of empathy to imagine what it was like for faculty already pushed to their limits to have to deal with the drama of this no-mask protest astounds me. The imagination problem we have, even when we support good causes publicly, is showing up now as we dismiss those working parents who have to send kids to school, who may or may not have health care and time on their side. The tears and rifts in the fabric of our community are real. Comment submitted by Noland Martin. The WISD Return to School Procedures Handbook states that it follows recommendations provided by the CDC, the Texas Education Agency, and state and local health officials. Of note, the CDC currently recommends, quote, all schools should prioritize universal and correct use of masks, close quote. The TEA currently recommends, quote, every student, teacher, or staff member shall wear a mask over the nose and mouth when inside a school building, close quote. The American Academy of Pediatrics, quote, strongly recommends the universal use of cloth face coverings in schools for adults and for all children older than 2, close quote. The Texas Medical Association recommends, quote, school leadership to keep universal masking policies in place, close quote. The Texas Pediatric Society and the American Association of Pediatrics jointly recommend, quote, children can and should wear cloth face coverings when not able to physically distance, including while in schools. Should the WISD School Board change the current masking policy, it must immediately redact wording in the Operations Handbook that states WISD is following best practices provided by the CDC, the TEA, state and local health officials, and this will be patently false. No such scientific or medical organizations recommend such an action. Please follow scientific and medical consensus and keep the mask policy in place. Nolan Martin, PhD, worried parent. Citations are attached. https://www.cdc.gov/community/school-childcare/operation-strategy.htm https://texas/default/sites//default/covid/health-guidance.pdf https://www. Comment submitted by Karen Sosby. I would like to encourage the board to continue the COVID protocols that have been so effective this year, including wearing masks. Masks are the most effective way to prevent the spread of COVID and are much more important than enhanced cleaning procedures. Right now, there are not enough people vaccinated in our area to be able to gather safely without masks. In addition, case counts are moving in the wrong direction right now, with new and dangerous variants impacting younger people. Most importantly, there is no reason not to ask our students and staff to wear masks. It's not difficult, costly, or even inconvenient. You just have to remember to do it. It's not a sacrifice for anyone. However, it does show consideration for others, which is the most important value WISD could ever pass on to our children. Thank you for considering putting safety and well-being first. Comment submitted by Jackson Ketter. Hi, my name is Jackson Ketter, and I am in Mrs. Latchford's 4th grade class at Jacobs Well. This weekend I went to my sister's cheer competition, and also I had a soccer game. And some kids there were wearing a mask and others weren't. But no one fought about it, and everyone still had a good time. I think our school should be the same way. I don't like wearing masks because I get headaches sometimes after having to wear them all day. My parent took me to my doctor, and the doctor thought my headaches could be from wearing my masks because I never had headaches before this year. Some of my friends don't want to wear them either. I hope we get to choose whether we get to wear one or not. I like people that wear masks and people that don't, but I wish you could help me by not making me wear one, and maybe my headaches would stop. That would be nice. Thank you, school board. Have a good day. Comment submitted by Patsy Berry. I would like to applaud Wimberley School District for opening the schools last year and being able to keep them open. I have 2 grandkids in the school district and also have a husband who is on dialysis, and I myself have asthma. When COVID hit, we decided we would not give up our freedom and wanted to see our grandkids and family. My husband is a retired veteran who fought in Vietnam. He sacrificed his life for our freedom. We will never stop fighting for our freedom. We believe as Americans we shouldn't have one more of our rights taken away. While my husband sometimes wears a mask in public, I do not. I think it's an absolute insult for the government to tell us how to take care of ourselves. I'm asking you as the school board who has the power to give us our freedom back to do just that. Wimberley is a good school district, and my children choose to send my grandkids to Wimberley, and that was a great choice. I think they also should get the choice of what is best for their children regarding their health. You don't want that back to the parents. I trust that you will do the right thing and vote for freedom. Comment submitted by J.R. Ketter. I've never expected or asked that the school board or WISD be responsible for making health decisions on behalf of my children. That is my job to do as their father. I ask that you do your job and give me back the right to do my job. I would ask that every principal, teacher, and student have the right to make a choice for themselves on whether or not they would wear a mask or not. I'm assuming, as highly educated as everyone is on the board, that you would know that a cloth, tissue, or basically napkin will not prevent the transmission of a virus. If a mask is so important, why are they not up to the highest of standards? You find more on the ground than you do being worn correctly. When's the last time the door handles, school buses, etc. were disinfected? Kids touch them, remove their mask, and eat their lunch with their hands. If we are that concerned about health, why are we not concerned about sugar and diets in our education systems? We are more worried about restricting air going into our bodies than we are worried about the increase of obesity in students. Again, each parent should decide on whether they give their children sugar or not, and we for sure know sugar feeds cancer, which is deadly. Some food for thought. Is this more about the control over our kids or a health issue? You're walking a fine line or a slippery slope when you start wanting to control our kids' health. We moved to Wimberley because of the level of education in the schools. Our children are kind, smart, athletic, and respectful children. It would be a shame for families to have to unenroll their children from WISD and lose tax dollars that fund the school system because of a freedom issue. I ask that you vote to give parents their rights back. I trust you will do the right thing. Comment submitted by Allie Ann Ketter. My name is Allie Ann, and I have gone to school all year without wearing a mask at Blue Hole. My brother is at Jacobs Well, and I'll be there next year, and he has to wear a mask. Is it more scary to go to Jacobs Well than Blue Hole? None of my friends wear a mask. I ride a bus to my brother's school and sit with him, and I don't have a mask on. I don't want to wear a mask next year. My face is little, and it would probably cover my eyes, and how could I read in 3rd grade with a mask on? My teacher couldn't hear me. My brother is a good reader, and I'm working on being a good reader. My mom is typing what I'm saying because I don't know how to spell a bunch of words yet. I think it would be hard for me to learn with a mask on. And how am I supposed to see my friend's face and they can't see mine with a mask? They may not even know it's me. Please don't make me wear one. I want to learn how to read. Thank you. If you were in charge of this meeting and let me pick to not wear a mask, I would pick you to win. Thank you. Comment submitted by Heiko Stang. Masks need to remain mandatory for students and staff in WISD until the end of the school year, which is less than 6 weeks away. This issue does not only concern students and their parents or staff, but the entire community. Outbreaks in WISD would pose a major threat to everyone living in the district. While we have made progress on our way to end the pandemic and many in our community have been able to get vaccinated, vaccination rates have not yet reached the necessary levels to effectively protect us. Sadly, the number of daily vaccinations in Texas has also dropped, and evidence is emerging that the actual recovery from the virus for those infected can be more prolonged than previously assumed. Now new and more dangerous variants of COVID-19 are spreading, and they seem to affect more younger people than the original virus. While these variants are not yet as widespread in Texas as they are in other states, infection rates in Texas have now begun to rise again. Because of the nature of these new variants, keeping the mask mandate in place for the remainder of the school year, a mere 6 weeks, could prove critical for the safety of everyone. To change the current policy would be short-sighted and potentially dangerous. Keeping it would give us enough breathing space to achieve our goal of a return to a more normal school year in a more normal world in the fall. Masks will help us to contain the virus and are an important tool to prevent another deadly surge. With just 6 weeks to go until the end of the school year, a change in policy would also be a huge disruption for many kids, parents, and teachers. WISD has been setting a good example in fighting the pandemic over the last year and lived up to the special responsibility it has in our community. Please continue following best practices and the recommendations of nearly all experts to keep schools in our entire valley safe. Masks need to remain mandatory in WISD schools until the end of the school year. Comment submitted by Astrid Schwalb. I want to thank the board for keeping the mask mandate in place at your March meeting despite enormous pressures. Sadly, masks, a minor nuisance for the wearer, but a great tool for fighting the pandemic, have been overly politicized and misinformation has been spreading rapidly. I was astonished about the extent of the pressure the board experienced to lift the mask mandate, but your courage to keep it in place in March has enabled countless families like ours to keep their kids in WISD for in-person classes. Social connections and participating in athletics have greatly benefited them. Your decision has also contributed to cases remaining low in the Wimberley Valley, and it has helped to protect the most vulnerable in our community. The end of the school year is a mere 6 weeks away, and keeping the mask mandate until then will be a huge help in bridging the time until vaccinations have brought the pandemic under control. I am hopeful that you will continue your leadership in fighting the pandemic and keep masks mandatory until the end of the school year. Comment submitted by Tara Racine. We, not me. I call upon you to lead with choices that are best for the entire school district, community, and country. We teach our children in sports, schools, work, home, and church to choose we over me. We don't allow people to choose to pee in a pool because it's inconvenient to get out and use a restroom, nor smoke indoors because some people get lung cancer and some don't. Nor should they be allowed to exhale their viral load freely, creating a viral overload indoors, infecting the unlucky or vulnerable. It would promote selfishness, carelessness, a lack of empathy, but most dangerously, a new surge, and worse, a new strain of COVID. The reasons to wear a mask are simple and numerous. 1, respect our elders. 2, honor the fallen. 3, prevent a new COVID surge and strain. 4, love this community. 5, show compassion for the sickly and vulnerable. We, not me. I call upon you to think with reason taught in our math and science classes. I call upon you to lead with compassion taught through the Texan Ticket programs in WISD. I call upon you to do what's right for the people you represent, which is taught in history classes with books like John F. Kennedy's Profiles of Courage. Kennedy reminds us that true leaders do what's right for all, whether it's popular or not, whether their constituents are informed or not. Quote, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country, close quote. Our country is asking us to wear masks now. We can wear masks for our country, our community, our WISD. We, not me. Comment submitted by Christina Stover. Good evening all. Thank you board members for all of your long, tireless, and often thankless decisions you make. I would like to please ask that each of you vote to please make wearing masks optional. Please allow each administrator, teacher, and student have a choice to wear their mask or not wear their mask. We live in the most amazing country in the world, and having a voice and choice is one of the liberties that make it great. I'm still so confused as why people that wear a mask are so worried about me not, since their belief is masks work. Keep wearing it. I just want the choice to not wear mine. The choice of mask versus no mask has caused so much division. Please, please, please quit making decisions on wearing masks on data from a COVID task force that has made it political. Thank you again for your time. Christina Stover. Comment submitted by Deborah Hines. Hello all. Please do not remove the mask wearing requirements for student or staff before the end of this year. Let's finish the year strong and listen to the doctors and scientists on this one. Please follow the recommendations of the CDC, which state mask wearing is still one of the most effective preventative measures we can collectively task to slow the spread of this virus. Their guidelines on schools clear state that mask wearing for all attendees is recommended. In addition, I hope you continue to support mask wearing for students and staff during the 21-22 year as well, or as long as that it is the recommended best practice coming from the CDC. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, a WISD alumni and parent, Deborah Hines. Teachers and friends, I want to see my friends' faces again. I know America is supposed to be the land of the free. Why aren't we free to make our own choices? I think Jesus is sad that we are all fighting about this and that we are being forced to wear masks. Please vote to give us a choice, and please don't force us to keep wearing masks. Comment submitted by Heather Carter. Today, the NYT coronavirus tracker shows Hays County at, quote, very high risk, close quote, of COVID exposure based on cases per capita and test positivity. Our numbers jumped 43% in the last 14 days. This is not the time to make masks optional. This is the time to show our kids how to be resilient and power through the last 6 weeks of this school year without the distractions and stresses that optional mask wearing will cause. I can't imagine how a teacher working for WISD must feel right now. They have already had a rough year. They were asked over a month ago by a survey if they'd like to keep the mask mandate, and they said yes, they would. They felt heard. Now we are discussing it again. We are surveying people again. Why is it not the answer you wanted? Last month should have been the end of it. Instead, the anti-maskers have been emboldened to press harder for another chance to gain. What? Power over the district? Freedom? Their freedom lies in the fact that they have the choice to learn from home online if wearing a mask is just too difficult to endure. It's sad that we are a year into this pandemic and we are still having to explain to each other how masks work. It isn't just for the person who wears it, it's for others in our community. It's for everyone's health and safety. When a few show up not wearing a mask, they are not just putting themselves at risk, they are putting all in that room and facility at risk, and subsequently their families as well. Masks are not a rights violation, they are a safety measure that has helped and might continue to help a fellow student, a student's ailing grandmother, or immunocompromised parent. The idea that there are parents that would put comfort over a servant's heart and compassion for the less healthy is totally beyond me. It's not what we should be modeling to our children. I respectfully ask that as you all sit here in the online meeting tonight, set up for your safety with no public present for both you and our safety, that you consider what it will be like for district employees and teachers who see over 120 students every day in person to now have to see them unmasked. The opinions, surveys, and petitions turned in by parents and community members should have very little to do with your decision tonight. Your decision should be made with the intent to provide your staff with the safest working environment, the students with the safest learning environment, and be based solely on what local medical experts and the CDC say is best practice for our latest county numbers. And if any opinions matter here, it would be that of your employees who stand on the front line every day, all day. Their opinion was asked and given over a month ago. They wanted to keep the mask until the end of the year. Thank you for your consideration. Comment submitted by Amy Crowell. I am a parent of 2 WISD students, and I am asking you to keep the current mask policy and guidelines in place. We've taught our children to respect and care for the most vulnerable members of our community by wearing a mask. Lifting the mask requirements would send a message to our students that the most vulnerable do not matter. Please keep the current policies and guidelines in place for the remainder of the school year. Comment submitted by Macy Chesser. My name is Macy Chesser. I am a 7th grader at Danforth Junior High. I believe that students and staff should have the choice if they would like to wear a mask. More than half of the students do not wear their mask outside of school. I believe we should all have the freedom to choose what is best for us. I hope that you will strongly consider letting have the option of wearing a mask and express our freedom. Comment submitted by Max Chesser. I think we should be able to choose if we want to wear a mask or not because we have the freedom and right to make our choice as an American. Comment submitted by Samantha Cobb. I know the last meeting kept y'all there into the night, so I will keep this short. I have emailed each of you regarding this matter. I want to ask again that you please give our district the choice to wear a mask. Comment submitted by Meredith Davenport. Thank you to the WISD board for your leadership. Tonight, your leadership will be tested as you make critical decisions that impact the health of our students, teachers, staff, and community. I'm a physician, and more importantly, I'm a mother of 3 children. 2 attend WISD schools this year, an 8th grader and a 10th grader. I listened carefully to the entire March WISD board meeting, including the letters to the board from parents, teachers, and students regarding the mask requirement. I recognized many voices on both sides of the discussion. Some were parents of my children's friends. Some are children that I have cheered for in various extracurricular activities. Some are teachers that have taught 1 or more of my children. In these voices, there was a recognition of our interdependence and the importance of what lies ahead on the other side of this mask decision. There's no doubt in my mind that what connects all of us is a love for our children and an intent to do what we think is in their best interest. As I listened, I did my best to hear all of the points presented on both sides. One of the most frequent points made in favor of removing the mask requirement was that students wanted to have a choice in whether or not they wear a mask at school. Several students pointed out that they would respect others' choice to wear a mask, but that they would simply choose not to wear one without a requirement. Unfortunately, the flaw in this logic is that the mask doesn't protect the person wearing it so much as it protects others. When child A wears a mask, if they have COVID, the mask reduces the amount of COVID virus that child A spreads to others. Therefore, when child A chooses not to wear a mask, they are not just making a decision that impacts their own health. Rather, they are actually making a choice that directly impacts child B, child B's family, our teachers, our staff, and our community. If child A chooses not to wear a mask and has COVID, there's a greater chance that child B will contract COVID, and also that child B will have to quarantine at home, attending school virtually, and possibly impacting parents' work schedules. This is not a choice for child B, it is an unintended consequence of child A's choice. This is where it is imperative that we recognize our interdependence. If you ask any of my children why they wear a mask, they will tell you it is to protect others. A similar analogy is smoking. If a cigarette only impacted the person smoking it, we would have no problem giving that person a choice to smoke a cigarette in any setting. However, a person choosing to smoke creates secondhand smoke that causes cancer and other related diseases to those in close proximity. Therefore, we limit where smoking is allowed in an effort to protect others. In terms of COVID, we are in the midst of an increase in variants that are more easily transmitted. Although our teachers and staff have had a chance to be vaccinated, our children under the age of 16 are not currently eligible, and none of those that are 16 and over will be fully vaccinated by the time of this meeting. For these reasons, changing the mask requirement does not seem appropriate at this particular time. In summary, I ask that the board maintain the mask requirement for the duration of the school year. Regardless of your final decision, it is my hope that we as a community will navigate this challenging time with a recognition of our connectedness with one another despite differing opinions. Compassionately, Meredith Davenport. Comment submitted by Marnie Moore. Dear Wimberley ISD Board of Trustees, I listened with keen interest to last month's board meeting and was shocked to hear many of the public comments about masks. I would like to respond to one reoccurring theme that I heard regarding those who submitted comments requesting that masks be made optional on the grounds of personal liberty. I was reminded of a quote my father shared with me when I was a first-year law student more than 20 years ago. The quote, summing up the ideas of limits to individual liberty, is a legal adage that has been at times attributed to Oliver Wendell Holmes. It states, quote, your right to swing your arms ends just where the other man's nose begins, close quote. Individual liberty is not unlimited. If one's actions impede on the rights of others or on public order, they may be limited. That is the foundation for a number of laws and regulations protecting the health and public safety of those in our country. Drunk driving is illegal, not because people are prohibited from drinking to excess, but because they may not endanger others' lives when they choose to do so. Other comments submitted last month also made me think of my dad. He was a Navy veteran and a small-town lawyer. The wall behind his desk was covered with his degrees and awards. I remember the day he pointed to the award of which he said he was the most proud. It was the smallest frame on the wall, yellowed and covered in the margins with gold stars. It was a certificate of merit he received when he was 6 years old for his aid efforts collecting waste paper during World War II. How long ago and how foreign that now seems when so many took such pride in shared sacrifice for the common good. The focus on masks and the division that is growing so quickly in this town overshadows that which we should be applauding. Wimberley students have been attending school in person since August 18th at Jacobswell Elementary and Blue Hole, and since September 8th at Danforth in the high school. As of the date of the last board meeting, only 47% of all public schools in the country were open for full-time in-person teaching. The board and administrators were early adopters of the recommendations from the American Academy of Pediatrics that schools open for in-person learning, so long as appropriate mitigation efforts were made, because that is what is best for children. The district nursing staff has done a tremendous job on the Herculean task of contact tracing and quarantining students when necessary. Our schools have stayed open because we have done things the right way. We have followed the science. Let's not change direction now. There are just 6 weeks remaining until the end of the year. Let's stay the course and finish the school year strong and together. Sincerely, Marnie Moore, JD, LLM, MPH. Comment submitted by Owen Hossaker. I can't believe people have been so clueless. I mean, there have been no cases since spring break. That was like forever ago. This has gone too far. Masks are useless. I don't get how we walk in the halls and our masks are on and we are fine, but then we get to lunch and we are crowded together with no masks on and also fine, like there's no difference. A mask is just a piece of cloth that is wrapped around your face that gives your face acne and makes it difficult to breathe. This needs to stop. Please vote for mask choice. Thank you. Comment submitted by Sarah Hossaker. Here we are again. No COVID cases in Wimberley ISD since before spring break. Have we seen the light yet? Has there been enough data for you to realize that this is all just about power and control? Enough is enough. It's plain and simple. Mask choice is where we need to be so we can move forward from this nonsense once and for all. Unmask our children and let them breathe. Let them be kids at school just like they are at home and with their friends on the weekends and everywhere else they go. Let's use some logic and some common sense. Comment submitted by Susan Tennyson. Please continue the wearing of masks at Wimberley ISD. There are many students, faculty, and employees who are unable to obtain COVID vaccines due to the underlying medical conditions such as cancer, pregnancy, anaphylaxis, or autoimmune diseases. The only way they will be safe is for all of us to wear masks and continue public health measures until this virus is contained. We should do this to protect all of us. Comment submitted by Lindsay Derringer. Good evening, WISD board members and Superintendent York. I am a parent of a first grader in WISD. She attends Blue Hole Primary and has had a wonderful experience this year. She attended virtually until mid-October. We have been very pleased with the way the district has handled COVID-19 procedures. Even though masks are frustrating and sometimes cause discomfort, they truly have made a difference this year for WISD and the surrounding community's success during the pandemic. I know that you all have received dozens or even hundreds of emails and public comments about this mask issue, so thank you for your time and consideration. The survey that was sent out by the district was also very thoughtful. I would ask that you heed the advice of your own task force made up of local medical professionals. Although the survey was appreciated, this is not a parent preference issue. No one likes wearing a mask. They're annoying. We can all agree on that. But let us focus on what is safest for our community and our kids. And who knows better about safety than our medical professionals? If one of my children were sick, I would not take a survey of my friends and neighbors to decide on treatment options. I would let the medical professional decide. Our medical professionals have spent years gaining expertise to be able to help us during a time like this. Let's let them do their jobs. Please listen to the task force and follow their recommendation. This isn't a complicated issue. It should not be about popularity, but about safety. At the end of the day, doing the right thing is always best, even if you lose a few votes. Thank you each for your service and your time to listen and read each email and public comment. Lindsay Derringer. Comment submitted by Amy Hernandez, MD. Good evening. Over the last month, our county, state, and country have continued to see an increase in COVID-19 cases and an increase in hospitalizations related to this illness. The medical world has also seen an increase in hospitalizations in children under the age of 12, as well as an uptick in a condition called MIS-C, multisystem inflammatory syndrome in children, which causes long-term effects in the heart and immune system and is specifically a condition related to COVID-19 infection. This condition has presented itself more with the mutated COVID-19 variants that we are now seeing. Although MIS-C is not common, this is concerning because at this time there is still not a vaccine for children under 16, and COVID has been the cause of more respiratory-related deaths in children this year than influenza in 2018 and 2019. Now is not the time to discontinue the mask policy for staff or students. Masks are just one of several tactics that I encourage our school district to continue to utilize to help mitigate spread of this virus. Even though masks are not 100% effective alone in preventing someone from sharing illness, they decrease the amount of illness shared, and that has been shown to decrease the severity of illness. Thank you for your time. Comment submitted by JWE Teacher. I would like to ask the board to make masks optional. I received my vaccine in order to make this option possible. My students do not wear the mask properly, if at all, and yet no one is getting sick. It is time to move on and allow the people who want masks to continue wearing them. But as for the rest of us, we have done everything asked of us in order to make this happen. Please remove the mask mandate. Comment submitted by Stephen Moore, MD. Again, I support the continuation of the use of masks in our schools. Ending the WISD COVID policies that have been so successful in mitigating the spread of the virus while still in the pandemic defies reason and common sense. Up until enabling the spectacle that occurred last month, the district had done everything right. Now we are being pushed off course and risk losing our way. For me, this debate is about reason. Reason versus a manufactured ideology that invokes my faith yet willfully abandons its tenets. If the Board of Trustees chooses the path of reason, then the decision is simple. The pandemic is not over. The science supporting the use of masks is irrefutable. For both middle school and high school, the Wimberley medical community is united in its endorsement of a mask requirement. The Hays County Health Department recommends continuing the use of masks. The CDC and American Academy of Pediatrics continue to recommend masks for appropriate ages for in-person learning. The overwhelming majority of neighboring school districts continue to require masks during this pandemic. Reason has it that the district would choose not to validate the disruptive and disrespectful behavior we saw in our schools last month. Reason has it that the district would act in the interests of safety for all of our children and all in our community. I hope that the WISD Board of Trustees is able to shut out the noise and chart a course based on reason. Keep the mask requirement in place. Thank you. Comment submitted by Donna Mile Gary. It is in the best interest of students, especially those who are not old enough to get the vaccine yet, to continue using masks until the end of the year. We should comply with the CDC's suggestion of wearing masks in school. Comment submitted by Chris Sheffield. WISD Board. I am the father of 2 students on 2 WISD campuses. I am writing to urge you to keep the current mask policy and guidelines in place for the remainder of the school year. We all want to see an end to the COVID pandemic, but clearly that moment has not yet arrived. My school board should not make a decision that reverses a successful school COVID strategy that is based on a widely accepted public health protocol just a few weeks before the end of the school year. Ditching the school mask strategy at this juncture suggests something counterproductive to the health and success of our students and community is at play. I like to think that my school board has the ability to stand up to such negative pressure. Planning operational changes to our COVID strategy should be happening now for our next school year, and spending an inordinate amount of time on changes for the remaining few weeks is counterproductive to that important endeavor. Before making any changes to our current policy, please consider the following. 1. The CDC continues to recommend that people wear masks in public settings. The CDC guidance is in place simply to protect public health. Giving audience to conspiratory reasons for CDC policies is not the job of my community school board. 2. The TEA recommends public school districts consult local public health authorities before making policy change decisions. What is the advice of our public health authorities? What advice or comments have you received from local medical professionals? 3. Some students and adults will dislike the mask policy just as some students would dislike a dress code policy. A tension between any policy and the satisfaction of a subset of stakeholders is clearly to be expected. A dress code is enforced to remove student distractions on the campus, and clearly a mask policy promoting campus and overall public health is equally important endeavor. Finally, please give proper weight to the motivations of those who are commenting on this issue. Juxtapose the motivations of those who are advocating for the continuation of a policy that promotes overall public health with the motivations of those who consider such a policy uncomfortable or an infringement on personal liberties. I, for one, personally exercise and celebrate the freedoms this country affords its citizens, while knowing that policies and rules, especially in a school setting such as this, are necessary for the welfare of our society. The mask rule is a good one, based on public health guidance, and should remain in effect for the time being. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Chris Sheffield. Comment submitted by Bess Reisberg. I'm a teacher at Danforth Junior High, and I know firsthand how hard we have worked to get to the point where our safety protocols are second nature. Our campuses have been a huge success story this year. Why change things up this close to the end of the school year if it's been working? We are here to ensure the safety of our children and to provide quality education. We need to be firm in our stance about masks so that we don't continue to have distractions on campus that prevent learning, especially now that we are gearing up for standardized testing. We need to listen to recommendations from our community health care professionals. They have all of our best interests in mind. We can make it through one more month with masks. Additionally, it is so important that we teach our kids empathy and resilience. This health crisis is not about individual rights. It is about collective well-being. The highest good we can have in our community is to step into our neighbor's shoes and try to understand their suffering. People in our community have lost their lives to this virus. Children have lost family members. Our masks are a tool, but also a symbol that we care about the person next to us. Our kids are watching. Let's teach them strength through compassion. Comment submitted by Kate Sitton. I'm writing today to beseech you to maintain the mask mandate for all students and personnel working in our schools. I know that everyone is tired of wearing masks and socially distancing, but now is not the time to stop. The B.1.1.7 variant is more contagious than the original virus and is spreading rapidly with less than half of adults fully vaccinated. The numbers for Austin and Hays County have already increased and threaten to undo all the work we've done to get this virus under control. I understand that you are receiving letters from parents who feel that a mask mandate is taking away their liberties, and you may even feel that way yourself. The Supreme Court has looked at this and determined that liberties are not being taken away. What is being taken away is lives. 570,000 parents, grandparents, and children. This is a public health issue, and the decision you make about this affects every single person in our community and beyond. There are only 28 days of school left this year. Please, for the good of those who are forced to work outside their homes and risk exposure every day, do not give in to loud voices and hold the line. Your decision could save lives. Thank you. Comment submitted by Christy McCollum. I'm writing to ask that for the last 6 weeks of school that we allow parents and students to choose if they want to continue wearing masks. At church events, sporting events, blue hole gatherings, etc., masks are not being worn. Neighboring students who have lifted their mandates have not had increases in cases. I had a student come up to me at the track meet to talk to me, a student I've been teaching since August, and he did not have on his mask. It took me a few minutes of talking to him to figure out who he was. That devastated me. I haven't seen some of these students' faces. I had no idea what he looked like. I've had students talk to me about jaw issues, skin issues, emotional stress, etc. Students are tired of being yelled at for masks, talking about masks, worrying about masks, etc. WISD campuses with no masks have the lowest number of cases in the district. I think it would greatly benefit these students' mental health to end the school year in a normal setting. Teachers have had plenty of time and opportunity to be vaccinated. We have been told of at least 8 to 10 places that had vaccines, and there's been time since the most recent offering for the vaccine to be in effect. I heard previous comments about teachers who are not able to get the vaccine. I realize that must be scary for them, but nothing is going to be different next year. The virus is not going anywhere. The nation is at 50% vaccination currently. Originally, it was thought that herd immunity would be reached at around 70%. They are now saying that due to nationwide vaccine hesitancy, new variants, and the delayed arrival of vaccinations for children, that herd immunity may not be in our future for many years. We can't continue this indefinitely. There has to be an end. Regardless of what happens for this year, I think it is crucial that we put a plan in place for next year. It needs to be spoken now. We have teacher and students planning to leave WISD if masks and virtual are on the table for next year. We have to start the year like a normal school year. No virtual, no masks, no limits on things. We need pep rallies and dances and students cheering at sporting events. This year I have seen things happening socially within the middle school and in my own children that are devastating. Worry about what continuing these things would do. Virtual schooling is not good for kids, has been detrimental to teachers' mental health, performance has been down, work habits are suffering worse than I have seen in 16 years of teaching. We have to go back to living, and with our current cases and trends we have seen, I think we need to start now. As a teacher, I often have to separate my work life and my personal life. I urge the school board members to remember the purpose of serving on school board, the promise to do what is best for kids. I've heard of many comments made by school board members being relayed to me as to feeling one way about masks, but being nervous about what voicing those feelings would mean for their jobs or their position in the community or their businesses they own. We need to remember that we are all here to do what we believe is best for students, teachers, and our schools. Thank you for your time. Comment submitted by Jimmy Allen Hall. I support everyone wearing masks until the experts inform us that we do not have to do so. I have an underlying health condition that puts me at risk more than others from the COVID virus. We cannot have the virus running around any more than it is. Y'all know that I preach the golden rule as Jesus and all others admonish us to do. If you were like me, then I would wear a mask to protect you. I've been feeding a chipper for the past 3 days. I would not do any of this work without a mask. It isn't healthy. So when the experts say I and everyone else should wear a mask to protect everyone else, then we all must do so. The board's number one obligation, while the kids are in school, is to keep them safe. Please do so by requiring masks. Comment submitted by Riley McCollum. I hope you will decide to not make us wear masks anymore. I hate wearing it. I feel nervous when it is on and my face gets sweaty. I sometimes don't hear my teacher because I'm thinking about my mask. I used to ride the bus when I was 9 and didn't have to wear one, but my bus driver would yell at me if I didn't have a mask and make me sit in the front and not let me get off until last. I don't ride the bus anymore because I cried all the time because I got in trouble over my mask. I don't wear my mask anywhere but school, and I play with my friends all the time and we don't get corona. I don't like seeing faces with masks. I like seeing faces with smiles. Comment submitted by Barrett Keese. Please continue to require masks at school until the end of the school year. Comment submitted by 7th grader. I am not expendable. Just like our teachers, I and all of my classmates deserve the chance to be protected from this pandemic until we can get a vaccine too. For me, that will be sometime this fall, but maybe not in time for the start of the school year. For my younger siblings, it may be winter. How can you protect us? By listening to the medical experts and keeping the mask requirement that has protected us so far. Making masks optional and saying that I can wear a mask if I'm scared just doesn't cut it. We all need to wear masks at school, period. Why is this important when most kids don't get as sick as grown-ups? Because some do. So far, 97 kids in Texas have had MIS-C after getting COVID-19. They've gone to the hospital, they've struggled to breathe, and they've suffered terrible stomach pain and worse. There's no way to predict which kids will have little or no symptoms, who gets a bit sick, and which kid will end up in the hospital or have lifelong consequences. Who are you to say that's an okay risk for me and my friends? I also happen to like my parents and my grandparents. Most of our parents weren't even eligible to get in line for a vaccine until the end of March, so it will be mid-May or later before they have some immunity. I'm 12. If you remove the mask requirement, you are gambling with my health, hoping that none of my friends gets MIS-C. You are supposed to protect us, do your job, and keep us all safe. Require masks at school until all kids have been vaccinated. Thank you. Comment submitted by Marcy Downing. WISD board members, thank you for considering change regarding the current COVID protocol you currently have. Please lift the mandatory mask mandate. The children do not wear them correctly anyway, do not wear them at extracurricular events or on the weekends, and they are not the super spreaders that people thought they would be. I would assume your task force has collected data to support continued wearing of masks, but we all know there is equal amounts of data and science that support the fact that these kids need to breathe fresh air, see faces, and not have to wear a mask if they do choose. The teachers and admin have all had an opportunity to get the vaccine, and the current lack of cases in our district, especially after spring break, warrants modification to your current policy. Please unmask our children. Comment submitted by Micah. Every day when I go to school, I want to see people's smiles, but some horrible thing is in the way. I can't tell if people are mad or happy. All I can see are eyes, and I hate it. When I didn't wear a mask to school before spring break, it felt awesome. I could breathe and laugh and smile with my friends. My teacher that day asked us to write a paper about why we were in a special classroom for kids not wearing masks. I wrote that I chose to not wear a mask because I know that Jesus doesn't want us to be afraid. He doesn't want us to be afraid of corona or bullies or anything else. Jesus says in the Bible, don't be afraid because God is with you, and He will always be with you every single day. Sometimes after school I have bad headaches, and it's because of stupid masks. I want to be able to choose that I can wear a mask or not. Comment submitted by Stacy Ford. On the eve of the upcoming meeting to decide on the course of action for mask choice for the remainder of the school year, I wanted to once again extend a sincere appreciation for the dedication and hard work that each of you are putting into this decision. Make no mistake, it does not go unnoticed the amount of time and energy being placed on this topic, and ultimately the responsibility being placed on your shoulders to decide. Our thoughts and prayers continue to be with you. On the meeting held on 3/22, Rob Campbell was the only trustee to motion for the mask mandate to be lifted. However, no one else seconded that motion. This ultimately left us where we are today, which is a community divided on this issue. Over 800 individuals are looking for you to back Rob up once again or lead by example and put this issue to a vote. During the meeting held on 3/22, there were two main areas of concern regarding the timeliness of removing the mask mandate, and those were 1. Administration of COVID vaccine for teachers, 2. Spring break causing an outbreak within the community. Both of these were agreed upon to be evaluated at tomorrow's meeting. 4/14 represented exactly the date of effectiveness of the second dose administered to the faculty. Immunity is now in effect for those individuals, and with the latest numbers reflecting what they are, there should be no hesitation to put this matter to a vote and give our students their freedom back. WISD has had an infection rate of less than 0.058% since August 19, 2020, nearly 0.5%. When are we going to stop catering to minuscule percentages? I'm sure that our pro-mask opponents will say that this is due to the required masks, but any person with common sense knows that the students and most of the staff do not wear effective masks, nor do most wear them correctly. The district needs to take a stand for what is right rather than appeasing those who choose to live in fear. It's time to allow mask choice. If not now, when? What is the metric that will allow our students and teachers to remove the masks? Please do not allow this situation to move ahead any further. The data does not support it. Motion, second, vote. Thank you. Stacy Ford and WISD Parents for Mask Choice. Comment submitted by Teacher at JWE. I am in favor of removing the mask mandate for students. I am ready to see smiling faces instead of masks these last 26 days of school. Teachers have had plenty of time to get vaccinated, and Nurse Jordan has gone above and beyond to help anyone that wanted to get the vaccine. And as always, teachers and students can continue to wear masks if they feel that is what is best for them. Thank you. Comment submitted by Elizabeth Craig. Dear Wimberley ISD School Board of Trustees, thank you for all you do for our children, our district, and our sweet little town. I write today to urge you to follow the data and the science and keep the mask mandate in place for the remainder of the school year. A sense of community is so important to us, as is reflected in our motto, Wimberley Strong. That motto speaks to resilience in the face of a storm. We are in a storm now, a viral storm. Though it has waned of late from the worst spikes in the cases, it has plateaued, and data indicates the virus is once again picking up speed. My son Lucas is a junior at the high school and is the goalkeeper and a captain on the varsity soccer team. He was invited to go play in Spain this summer, an opportunity of a lifetime, but sadly the trip was canceled just this week. In Europe, cases are going up and the positivity rates are well over the 5% threshold needed to have things open safely, and therefore things are shutting down. The trends in the U.S. have been tracking what happens across the Atlantic, and I think it is safe to say we could be in for a similar fate if we try to pretend the virus is no longer out there. As of this last week, our positivity rates in Hays County are increasing and are now up to over 10%, a very worrisome trend indicating this is not the time to relax, but instead we must remain vigilant. I realize this may not be the popular thing, enforcing a mask policy, but as the adults in the room, it is our job to look out for the well-being of our children, and as school board trustees, it is in particular your job. Candy is super popular, but we know that eating it all the time is not good for you and can actually make you quite ill. This virus is a deadly virus. We know it is spread through aerosolized particles emitted through our breath or when we talk, sneeze, cough, laugh, etc. Masks absolutely do stop these particles, and there is tons of data to prove this. The false claims of CO2 burdens and masks making people sick are just that, false. There's no data to back up these claims. Please look at the data, the science, listen to the authorities and experts in the field, And for the next 27 days, make the good and wise decision to keep the mask mandate in place for the safety of our children, our teachers and staff, and our community. Let's finish this school year healthy and Wimberley strong. Thank you for your time, Elizabeth G. Craig. Comments submitted by Leah Kudabak. Numerous studies and overwhelming scientific consensus show that face masks are a simple, effective way to limit the spread of coronavirus. I ask that the school board continue to uphold the mask requirements in place at schools within WISD through the remainder of the year. This is a simple and effective way to support public health within the school systems and to reduce potential transmission of COVID-19. This supports students, teachers, and faculty within the schools, as well as family members back at home who come into contact with individuals within the school system. Thank you for moving forward with the best interests of the health of our community in mind. Comment submitted by Jamie Pettit. Texas is only 20.7% of its population fully vaccinated. As of April 16th, Hays County has 115 new COVID cases. Please keep the mask requirement for the last few weeks of this school year to prevent another serious outbreak and protect the Wimberley community. Wimberley ISD is a vital part of this community, and I urge you to follow CDC and doctor recommendations so we can all prevent more unnecessary illnesses and possible deaths from this pandemic. Thank you for your service and time. Jamie Pettit, Wimberley resident. Comments submitted by Lynn Sundholm. Masks do make a difference if made of appropriate material designed and worn appropriately. Since COVID-19 is a new disease, we do not have sufficient historical data to compare past and present yearly case. But in March of this year, the Journal of Hospital Medicine released a study which was led by researchers from Vanderbilt University Medical Center. After looking at information from across 44 children's hospitals, they found that the number of pediatric patients hospitalized for respiratory illness is down 62%. The death rate of pediatric patients due to respiratory illnesses has also dropped significantly when compared to data over the last 10 years. Usually between 100 and 200 children die each year due to the flu. During the 2020 and 2021 flu season, only one child died from the flu in the U.S. Adult deaths secondary to the flu have also dropped. This flu season in the U.S., adult deaths are in the hundreds rather than in the thousands. During the 2018-2019 flu season, approximately 34,000 Americans died. Masks do make a difference. As of April 2nd, 2021, the CDC states that fully vaccinated people should continue to A, wear masks, maintain physical distance, and practice other prevention measures when visiting unvaccinated people from multiple households. B, avoid medium and large-sized in-person gatherings. Both of these statements indicate/show the need to continue wearing masks at school. When is it safe to reduce the use of masks? When 83 to 94% of the population has been vaccinated, herd immunity. Requiring masks for the rest of the school will allow time for WISD adults and students to be fully vaccinated before being maskless in a classroom setting. Now is not the time to let our guard down. Thank you. Comment submitted by Shannon Rigby. Wimberley has been doing so great at keeping the number of positive COVID cases in our districts low. I believe a large part of our success is due to respecting the science that tells us masks are helping to continue to flatten the curve. While people are still getting vaccinated and while new variants of the virus continue to surge through the United States, I believe we should continue to wear masks to protect our students, faculty, and community. I understand that for many people it feels like a loss of freedom, but I believe that if we can hold out a little longer and make this small sacrifice, we are showing compassion and respect for our neighbors. That is what Wimberley has always been known for. We look out for one another. Please vote to keep the mask mandate in place. Comment submitted by Heidi Knight. I respect that the school board vote. Comment submitted by Heidi Knight. I request that the school board vote in favor of making masks optional for teachers and students for the remainder of the school year and moving into the fall semester. Cases are continuing to decrease, and all teachers and staff, as well as parents and grandparents, have had or will have in the very near future the opportunity to become vaccinated if they so choose. It is time to consider the emotional and cognitive issues around learning, as well as our children's emotional development. These areas are negatively impacted by full-time mask use, especially in a learning environment for 7 hours per day. It is time to give decision-making authority back to parents and to the students in regards to their own personal health and safety. My husband has spent the last 14 months effectively treating COVID-positive patients with 100% success in the primary care setting. We are not fearful of this virus, and we ask that you allow us to make our own informed decisions in regards to our child's health and learning when she is at school. We understand that some teachers and students may choose to continue to wear masks. We fully support those decisions for each individual. However, we know that our family wants the right to choose for themselves whether or not we wear a mask. Please allow our daughters for her peers the freedom to make this decision along with us, her parents, who are very well informed on the issue. Comment submitted by Reese Guerrero. I'm in first grade and I don't wear a mask. I like not wearing a mask. Please don't make me. Comment submitted by Matt Cruzy. Please allow me to offer some observations from my perspective regarding the mask choice discussion during March's board meeting. Regarding students, many stated during the last board meeting that there were only 30 to 40 students that wanted the choice for masks. Partially true, but ultimately false. There are only 30 to 40 students that had the courage to be non-compliant and protest. My children indicate there are many more students who say they do not want to wear masks, but are too nervous for one reason or another, such as bullying by other students and teachers, possibly being the minority, not pleasing those around them, especially their teachers, possibility of discipline, not being able to participate in extracurricular activities, etc. My daughter has one friend that even has a medical release, but still chooses to wear the mask because of the reasons listed above. The segment of the student body that do not wear their face mask correctly is an indication of many others who do not agree with the mask mandate. I appreciate the board's effort to survey the parents of the student body. I believe the survey will indicate significantly more than 30 to 40 students want choice for masks. I hope the survey results will be made public, including to whom the survey was sent. WISD staff. I was glad to hear that prior to March's board meeting, the board surveyed the teachers and staff until I observed the misrepresentation of the survey. It has been brought to my attention that many of the WISD staff, particularly Blue Hole primary teachers, were not given the opportunity to participate in the survey. Does their voice not matter? Seems jaded not to survey the school that didn't wear masks but were the least affected. Additionally, based on Mr. York's comments about the survey, one, there were many staff that felt the survey was inadequate and wish there would have been another or additional question. Two, there are many who stated they'd be willing to support mask choice once the staff has had the opportunity to get vaccinated. I hope the new survey allowed 100% of the staff to participate. Solutions and compromises. I appreciate several board members' attempt to find a solution and or compromise, but at the same time disappointed that they were not explored further. One council member offered a compromise to allow students the choice to remove masks in situations when they can social distance, i.e. when the student is seated in the classroom. This was a reasonable compromise, but it was not discussed further. Another council member attempted to set some parameters to use as an indicator to determine when the board would feel comfortable enough to allow mask choice. Once again, minimal discussion without any action, just another punt down the road. I hope the board members came prepared tonight to determine specifically when or select what parameters they, preferably their constituents, would feel comfortable allowing mask choice and not hide behind the COVID task force recommendation. The COVID task force will inherently be extremely risk adverse in their role. It is time to move to a more balanced position. Comment submitted by Sophie Guerrero. My name is Sophie Guerrero. I'm a student at Danforth Junior High. I play volleyball, basketball, and run track. I'm never a issue. I have lots of friends and love school. The masks are a big distraction in school and cause more punishment than anything else. Half the time, people are not even wearing their mask right or on at all. The masks are just not effective. I never wear a mask outside of school. I still hang out with friends outside of school without a mask. The reality is we don't wear a mask outside of school or right, so why have a mask? We have had 0 cases in Wimberley. Please have mask choice. Thank you. Next comment is from Leah Doodle. Thank you for reading my comment. Thank you to each of you who take the time to serve on this board. There's been an abundance of statistics provided here to show that masking our children during their school day is unnecessary due to the nature of the virus and the lack of positive cases in the district. And our state governor lifted the mandate on March 10th, 2021. The cases in Texas have continued to decrease since. Masking children, or anyone for that matter, is causing more harm than good for these kids, as evidenced from their own public comments from March 22nd. Here's the scene that a few of us witnessed outside the admin building at the previous meeting. 2 public servants in uniform, one wearing a mask and one not wearing a mask, were engaged in small talk and asked this question by a WISD parent. So what do you think about this mask stuff? The answer I heard was, well, we're just waiting to see what our boss tells us to think. This is a scary thought for America. Law enforcers, public servants, et cetera, who admit that they don't even feel as if they have a voice to express potential concern or a difference in opinion. Our tax dollars give us the ability to have a voice in whether our children have to wear a mask while they are supposed to be learning. If we continue to follow down the path of just doing what we are told to do without critical thinking, we become robots. I'm not raising robots. I intend to raise free thinkers who know their personal rights, who are courageous enough to take a stand.
Mindlessly obeying orders that do not make logical sense and that violate our rights to personal freedoms as Americans is a dangerous and slippery slope. Mask wearing at school, while there is not a real threat, is conditioning our children to get accustomed to following orders, even if they don't make logical sense. It also puts children in a difficult position when they try to exercise their right to personal freedom, and it's met with the in-school suspension as punishment. There are many reports of extra credit being awarded to those who didn't join in the library. Some students were deliberately isolated and moved across the classroom if they didn't wear a mask. Where is the humanity? This virus is almost 100% curable. Hospitalizations are way down. In a real pandemic, we would be seeing death right outside our doorsteps. We are not seeing that. All who have wanted a vaccine have been offered one. Lifting the mask mandate in Wimberley ISD schools for the remainder of this school year would be a win for our students. The campuses and faculties at each have done an amazing job in the midst of the craziest year on record. I respectfully request that the board for WISD thoughtfully reconsider making mask wearing a choice, not a mandate. Thank you, Leah Dowell, parent of 3 WISD students. Next comment submitted by Darren White. Esteemed board members, I'm a parent of 2 children in WISD, but I'm also a teacher in WISD. I'm not in favor of modifying the current face covering requirements for students. I believe it would send the wrong signal to students and the community. I do believe we should let students make choices about many things, but health and public safety is not one of them. I believe that changing the policy this late in the school year would have a destabilizing effect on classroom management and discipline, which is already hard enough for teachers and staff. Please understand that I do not like wearing a mask, and I don't like them on students either. But masks and vaccinations are exactly the reasons that we must continue to wear them now, so that we do not have to wear them in the 21-22 school year. No one wants the face covering requirement to continue into the next school year. Therefore, we should remain diligent and continue the mandatory use of face coverings for the remainder of this school year. Thank you for your time and service to the community. Next comment is from Emery Robertson. My name is Emery Robertson, and I'm in the 8th grade. I would like to have a choice not to wear a mask. The only place I wear one is at school. When I went to Focus, only a handful of kids had a mask on. At the ball field, no one has a mask on. The majority of us outside of school don't wear masks. A lot of my classmates want to have no masks, but don't want to cause a fuss. Also, my classmates wear their mask below their nose and mouth. Thank you for listening. Next comment is from Brian Burke. Dear WISD Board, I'm a realtor. I do not have any sort of background in science, medical, or otherwise. Therefore, I listen to professionals in regards to this pandemic. Scientific fact will get us through this, not the opinions of the politically opportunistic or belief-driven prognosticators, just facts. The most unbiased source of information in regards to this pandemic is America's own CDC. The CDC currently does not approve of maskless congregating, especially in schools. The CDC says it is unsafe. However, they will eventually change their stance when it is safe to do so. We just have to be patient. Bottom line, this pandemic has yet to fully play itself out. There is a danger still lurking. For example, read up on Michigan. It's disappointing to me that instead of discussing how to make our schools safer for these final 26 school days, we are doing the exact opposite. For what end? My daughter continues to remain at home because of the loose enforcement of the mask mandate by leadership that believes it's not real or no longer a threat. Again, there are scientific facts available for us to follow. To act on anything less than scientific fact is hubris. There are only 26 days to go until summer. Let's teach our kids the value of being prudent. Keep the masks. Hopefully we can all celebrate a maskless return to school in the fall. Brian Burke. Next comment is submitted by Rachel and Matthew Buchanan. WISD trustees, we greatly appreciate the decision made by the board last month to uphold the requirement of wearing face masks in our Wimberley schools. We hope you will continue this policy through the end of the school year. Please don't fall victim to the politicization of what is actually a public health and safety issue. The science is clear that wearing a mask is predominantly for the protection of others. So if we allow students to return to school without masks, they could potentially endanger the health and safety of not only themselves, but of other students, educators, families, and those in our community who may not have had the opportunity to get vaccinated or who are not fully vaccinated yet. We are so close. Mask wearing is so simple. By the time summer arrives, due to increased vaccination efforts in our area, there could be a light at the end of the tunnel, but calling it prematurely could very likely extend that timeline. Additionally, the collateral damage that will certainly come from optional mask wearing is far worse than sticking it out for 5 more weeks. Aside from the obvious public health concerns, the social dynamic of mask wearers versus non-mask wearers in school is fraught with difficulties as children are forced to pick sides, adding additional stresses to what is already an often stressful time in their lives. The shaming and bullying of children on either side and the peer pressure to mask or not is completely avoidable if we just hold out for a little longer. Furthermore, consider the message you would be sending to the students of WISD if you chose to make masks optional. You, as a governing body of our community's educational system, would be saying that it is acceptable to disregard scientists and healthcare professionals in favor of opinions which have sadly been cultivated in our country's hyper-politicized climate. COVID has no political leanings. This is about science. Our children are learning in classrooms about scientific principles and methodology. Though there are some who still hold the opinion that the world is flat, our children have learned through science that it is indeed round. Students should be taught to appreciate and respect the insight and expertise of informed scientists and medical professionals, and not to dismiss their findings because it may contradict with personal belief systems. Sometimes doing what is right isn't always what is popular. Please show the leadership and courage to do what is right. Please take this opportunity to protect the physical and mental well-being of our students and the greater community, as it comes at just a small price of temporary inconvenience. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration, Rachel and Matthew Buchanan. Next comment is from Kara Thames. I'm a student at Danforth Junior High, and I think we should have the option to wear a mask. I was at Jacobs Well, so excited to get to Camp Champions, but we couldn't because of COVID, and now in 6th grade, we missed out on the dances. I was very upset about that. If someone doesn't want to get COVID, then they can wear a mask, but I think we should get to have an option. I missed out on too much, and I'm tired of masks. Next comment's from Christine Byrne. WISD should continue to adhere to CDC COVID-19 guidelines, which include wearing a face covering while in public. Our district has done an amazing job protecting our students, teachers, family members, and community against COVID. Masks are our first line of defense against this illness. We are all exhausted by this pandemic and its restrictions, but we only have 6 weeks left of school year. Board of Trustees, please vote to continue to require face coverings in school for the safety of our whole community. Thank you. Next comment is by Steph Cologne. I have previously written emails to the board members. I've made my request for my children very clear. My disappointment in the last meeting regarding the mask issue was more than disheartening. I will make this short and concise. If masks are required, my children will no longer be attending Wimberley schools. Next comment is from Ashley Payne. My name is Ashley Payne, and I'm the mother of Liam Payne, 3rd grader, Avery Payne, 2nd grader, both honor students, and Aiden, soon to be kindergartner. My children are transfer students to Wimberley ISD, and I help carpool 2 other transfer students that also attend Jacobs Well. The reason I state we are transfer students is we have chosen to put our kids in WISD. We choose to put in the extra time in the car, making the extra effort to build roots for our kids within their school environment, all while not residing in the Wimberley community. It's a sacrifice we chose for our kids to be in a thriving environment that promotes strength, innovation, and excellence. A school district dedicated to excellence in education that fosters a culture of kindness and respect, creates lifelong learners, and empowers students to make a positive impact in their community, the WISD mission statement. My choice may be changing if the board doesn't live up to the district's mission statement, a job they were elected to do. I couldn't be more saddened by the outcome of last month's board meeting. You heard from students, teachers, faculty, and parents about their desire to make the mask an option. Students who had the courage to speak up with kindness and respect, wanting to make a positive impact in their community, were silenced. It took strength for those students to stand up and state what was going on in regards with how masks at school were being used, that they were not being worn, and if they were being worn, they weren't being worn properly at all. Their strength and courage was rewarded with stricter protocols and consequences than when this virus was at its peak last fall. You silenced the students with the very mask they want desperately to be set free from. This is tyranny at its finest. The COVID numbers aren't there to justify the harsh punishments and requirements being put on our children. I've heard over and over, kids are resilient. This is one of the biggest lies to come out of this pandemic. If kids are so resilient, why do we have generations of adults still talking about childhood trauma? Kids are vulnerable. Their mental health is just the easiest to ignore. You chose to ignore their cries and pleas last month when several came forward expressing the stress, anxiety, depression, frustration, and anguish they have endured this last year. It needs to end. They need to be heard. They need to be acknowledged. Most of all, they need to know they matter. Next comment is from Chad Payne. To whom it may concern. Starting off, I would like to address the mass survey that was sent out via Skyward for Wimberley ISD. I am the IT Business System Analyst Senior and IT Event Coordinator for the Austin Convention Center. And I feel that as someone that uses and supports customer-facing apps and software daily, that this survey process was not user-friendly and rather frustrating and confusing. I would go as far as saying it was a deterrent to the goal of getting clear responses and votes. I can see how many people thinking they completed the process would move on without actually getting any confirmation via email or other method. Aside from the survey, I wanted to provide more input than the survey form would allow. I'm in contact with many kids via coaching, sports, and group activities, so I speak from experience. The fact that these kids as a whole across all ages are together without masks within the community, sporting events, churches, and other types of gatherings outside of school, as well as at school on the playgrounds, carpools, etc., and are not masked or they are wearing them in a way that is not effective. Add this to the fact Wimberley has a very large outside district transfer student rate, and these kids are intertwined with many other sports and group activities in their own communities outside of Wimberley. Based on CDC and the media, this should be a perfect storm for high COVID numbers. Yet Wimberley as a district and community does not have the numbers to support that narrative. I see people comment that it is more for the teachers and the kids' protection. Well, I see these same parents and teachers together without masks at gatherings, restaurants, etc. So to expect masks at school, but not all the other social aspects of life defeats the idea altogether. Furthermore, your own students were asked for their input during the last board meeting. The students that did decide to overcome the fear of speaking out against masks were then met with even more restrictions. Many wanted them to be optional and even stated fellow students didn't wear them correctly in the first place. The board responded by making it a point to only focus on schools correcting the kids wearing them wrong. This was deflating to these children. Last, I would like to discuss the most ignored fact of all, that all this is far more detrimental to our children's mental health than anything else. Anxiety, self-esteem issues, and depression will be a lasting impression of COVID on all our kids for years to come, far more than any physical ailments. The trend of COVID cases, including after spring break and governor's removal of state mandate, where CDC and everyone stated we would see large increased numbers, when in reality we have seen the exact opposite, especially in our county and school district. Next comment is Noah Hossaker. Hello, my name is Noah Hossaker. I'm now writing for the second time about the Wimberley School District's decision for mask choice. I believe every student and teacher should have the choice to wear a mask or not. The high school has had 0 active cases since the last board meeting, which I think should be enough to give everyone the choice to wear their mask or not. Since the last board meeting, I've been in synchronous learning and will continue until the mask policy is changed. I believe in mask choice and freedom. Thank you for your time. Next comment is from Quentin Buchanan. Dear School Board, I'm a 6th grade student at Danforth Junior High, and I strongly support the mask mandate through the end of the year for 3 reasons. The latest data has shown that Hays County has experienced a 108% increase in daily infections over the past 2 weeks. This means COVID-19 is still a problem in our community. For me, wearing a mask is not that big a deal. I wear it to protect myself and also the people I'm around. It makes me feel safer and more comfortable. The teachers who prefer their students to wear masks, which is a majority of them, will not be able to ask the students to wear their masks in their classroom anymore. That will be difficult for the teachers and their students. I know we all want this to be over with, but we have to pull through 5 more weeks, and then we can take our masks off. We are almost there, and I know we can make it as long as these mandates are in place. Next is from David Knight. State infection rate continues to decline. 1 active SARS-CoV-2 infection in the district. I would like to see the school district join the state's policy as a whole and make masks optional. Next comment is from Emily Thames. Hi, I'm a sophomore at the high school. The only place that I have to wear a mask is at school. I go to work every weekend at a shop in the square where we serve food, and I still never have to wear a mask there. I've been doing sports for the school all year, and we do not wear masks during practice and competitions. I went to Focus where there were over 300 kids gathered up, and no one had a mask. I also go to church every Sunday with the elderly, and almost no one is wearing a mask there either. School is the only place most kids wear a mask now, and even though we do have to wear it at school, nobody wears it correctly. Most students will wear the mask below their nose or on their chin, and most teachers don't say anything about it. There are only a few kids that actually wear it the whole day in the correct way. I respect those students for wanting to wear the mask if it makes them feel safe. I personally do not think that the masks work at all. I do not wear my mask correctly along with many other students at my school. All I'm asking for is the right to be able to choose not to wear a mask to school because I don't wear it anywhere else. Next comment is from Autumn Keese. Please continue to require children to wear masks until the end of the school year. Next comment is from Nikki Smith. Today's WISD Board of Trustees discussion. Should we install a peeing section in the swimming pool? A vocal minority shouts, yes, we want to have the personal freedom to pee in the pool whenever we want. Anyone who is afraid to swim and pee can wear 2 swimsuits. The no peeing in the pool policy is unfair to everyone who wants to pee wherever they want as God intended. Not peeing in the pool is inconvenient and causes anxiety. Those who want to swim without pee can go home and swim virtually. School hasn't been enforcing the no peeing in the pool policy well enough, so it is pointless to have such a policy at all. It should be a personal choice to pee or not to pee. Ignore the local health experts. What do they know anyway? The loudest opinion is the most valid. Personal freedom is more important than preventing the spread of a highly transmissible airborne virus with the potential to send some kids to the hospital, they say. As analogies go, this has one flaw. Pee in the pool is actually much safer than prolonged classroom exposure to exhaled COVID-19 virus from an unmasked asymptomatic carrier. Unlike COVID, pee doesn't have the potential for exposure to kill you, to get you very sick, to cause devastating MIS-C in children, to travel home to your loved ones, to lead to long-term health problems, or to disrupt your education by quarantining entire classrooms. Should we install a COVID breathing section in our public schools in every part of every classroom and hope the virus stays right by those asymptomatic kids' desks and doesn't circulate? That the fancy new air filters that are too noisy to use consistently will catch it before it reaches the other kids confined in the same room? Shall we hope that the 3 kids in our schools likely to develop MIS-C after exposure to COVID-19 are lucky enough not to be in the same classroom as an asymptomatic spreader without a mask? You could listen to those impatient to get back to normal before kids are even vaccinated, or you could remember that the mask policy you are weighing today is the reason we haven't had community spread in the classroom and back to our families at home. You could listen to Eric Schneider, the local Hays County epidemiologist, along with physicians and medical experts, tell you that now is not the time to let down our guard, that masks help minimize transmission and viral load. Kids aren't vaccinated yet, prevention is best, and warning of long symptoms and new, more contagious variants. You could listen to the parents and teachers pleading with you to put kids' safety first, or listen to the school nurse, Darrell Jordan, say that it may be disruptive to learning, and she will need to send entire classrooms home to quarantine if you change the policy rather than just monitoring a few kids when a case is detected. Here's a suggestion. Wait for vaccines for all kids to be available before taking away one of their only protections. That is a reasonable goal post-right. Protecting vulnerable kids. Thank you. Next comment was submitted by Alex Davenport. My name is Alex Davenport, formerly a WHS student learning virtually who has recently switched to in-person schooling, which has drastically improved my mental health and with that life as a whole. I'm so much happier and healthier being in person with my friends, and I learned so much better standing face to face with my teachers. To go back in person has been one of the greatest gifts, and I cannot express how grateful I am to have been given the chance to return. And after talking to my peers, I can confirm that many feel the same way. However, I also know that many of them will be forced to return to online schooling if mask wearing is not enforced in our district, and that this will be damaging for many people. Grades and comprehension will fall for those who learn online. Mental health will be negatively impacted from the lack of human contact, and physical health will deteriorate due to the long hours spent sitting or laying down with an abundance of snacks to choose from. Believe me, I speak from experience. On a more serious note, it does hurt students to be online learners, and as science currently states, the benefits of keeping masks mandated much outweigh the disadvantages. I propose that mask wearing remains enforced through the end of this year so that any COVID-concerned students will be able to finish out their year without fear of catching the virus and without having to leave in-person learning during such an emotionally important time. Thank you. Sincerely, Alex Davenport. That concludes public comments.
Thank you, Alan. First, I want to thank all the people that submitted public comments. We greatly appreciate your input. And next, I'd like to suggest that we take a break, and then we'll circle back and move to item number 3 on our agenda. So maybe a 5 to 7 minute break, please. Okay, welcome back. We're going to move to item 3 on our agenda, and I'm going to turn this over to Mr. York for a short presentation.
So we sent you several days ago a PowerPoint that answered all the questions that you had. I know that several of you called me for individual questions, and we kept adding to this presentation to address those. But the ones that are most critical are about the 2 things that you wanted us to talk about, and that's any kind of trend after spring break, vaccinations, and the survey results. So I'm going to quickly go over those few slides, not all 25, 26, whatever we sent you. This is the staff survey that we sent out, and we had 265 respond to this survey of our teachers.
Out of how many doing? 400?
Yeah, it's like 358, 359, I believe. Well, no, we sent this out to all staff because the first survey didn't go to paraprofessionals, it didn't go to Blue Hole, it didn't go to custodian, maintenance, transportation. So we sent it out to all of them. That exact number is over 400. I couldn't tell you the exact number.
It's like 40, it's under 405. So
405.
When I did the 64%, Tracy gave me a number of 412.
412, because this went out to every employee. So 265 responded. And would you be in favor of the current WISD face covering requirement for students to be modified, therefore making face coverings for all students optional? The people who voted yes is the 41.5%. The people who said no is 47.5%, and then neutral is 10.9%. Then this was staff protocols. Would you be in favor of the current WISD face covering requirement for staff be modified, therefore making face covering for all staff members optional? Yes is 43%, no is 45.7%, and neutral is 11.3%. Next slide, we broke it out by campus. And so, should masks be optional for students? So here's Wimberley High School, 31% yes, 61% no, 8% neutral. At Danforth, 30% yes, 55% no, 15% neutral. At Jacobs Well, 50% yes, 37% no, 13% neutral. And at Blue Hole, 51% yes, 36% no, and 13% neutral. Admin and other, which was all the other different categories, yes was 57%, no 40%, and neutral 3%. This is staff survey by campus as to whether or not masks should be optional for staff. Kind of fell in line with the student. 30 at the high school, 36% said yes, 57% said no, neutral was 7%. At Danforth, 30% said yes, 55% responded no, and 15% responded neutral. At Jacobs Well, 48% responded yes, 35% responded no, and 17% responded neutral. And at Blue Hole, 55% responded yes, 36% responded no, 9% neutral. And at admin and other, 53% yes, 37% no, and 10% neutral. And so the parent guardian survey We had 1,257 responses. And so the question was whether or not to remove masks from or to make masks optional. So 59.6% said yes, make masks optional. 34% said no, make no changes. And 6.4% said neutral. This is how it broke out per campus on that same question to the parent guardian, should masks be optional for students? At the high school, 60.8% said yes, 34.2% said no, 5% were neutral, and 48.5% of the campus responded. At Danforth, 55.2% said yes, 37.8% said no, 7% neutral, 56.2% of campus responded. Jacobs Well, 61.9% said yes, 31.8% said no, 6.3% said neutral, and 52.8% of that campus responded. And then the campus with the least responses, Blue Hole, yes was 62.3%, no 30%, neutral 7.7%, with 40.6% of the campus responding. This is a chart that we prepared. The blue is cases in Wimberley. The red is cases for the school district. And so we have the one case that's being reported right now, right here. And I believe, okay, vaccination data, this was very important. So WISD staff and faculty who expressed an interest in receiving a vaccine were given an opportunity to receive a vaccine by April 12th. We can expect that those who took advantage of that opportunity will be considered fully vaccinated by April 22nd. We shared that information with you last board meeting. And so back in January, 206 employees expressed interest in the vaccine, which is 50% of the staff and faculty of WISD. It can be assumed that others have received the vaccine through private and personal providers. And that's, those are the slides that, you know, we're sharing at that time. Would you, I mean, are there any questions?
Yeah, I don't understand why you're not sharing the whole presentation that was shared with us.
Okay, well, I mean, we're prepared to do that.
Well, I'd like you to maybe share a little bit about the meeting with the COVID task force and any recommendations that have stemmed from that.
So the COVID task force, I brought them in and showed them the entire video, the entire presentation that I presented, that I gave to you guys to view. And so the COVID task force is ready to make a recommendation. And if you'd like for me, I can read this to you at this point.
I'd like to hear that, please.
Okay, so WISD COVID-19 task force recommendation. Effective April 26th, 2021. Face coverings, masks will be optional for all students at Jacobs Well Elementary and Blue Hole Primary. Effective May 27, 2021, face coverings, masks will be optional for all WISD students, all WISD staff and faculty, and all visitors and parents to WISD facilities. We would like to make two comments to the Board of Trustees. All notes from healthcare professionals, including those from dentists, dermatologists, and mental health providers, will continue to be honored for those students who are unable to wear masks due to health conditions. And then our final comment to the board, the COVID task force understands this is a very difficult decision that has been placed in the board's hands. The task force will continue to honor and implement whatever decision the board makes.
Thank you, Dwayne. At this time, I would ask if anybody would like to either have discussion on this recommendation being made from our COVID task force, or I'm also entertaining any questions.
Joe, I have a question for Dwayne, if you allow it. Thank you for the information, Dwayne. You've been in dialogue with other districts that are trying out different practices, especially those that decided to go optional a month ago. Can you share some of that information?
So the two closest to us is Comal and Johnson City. And so Comal had 47 reported cases, and they have 26,000 students plus and over 1,700 employees. So currently they have 47 cases. Johnson City has not had a case since February 22nd. And so I shared with you the information about our surrounding school districts, which is very, very low. I was pretty surprised. Hayes, San Marcos, Blanco, trying to think of the other districts. Anyway, all the surrounding districts, I shared with you that data. And that data was retrieved straight from their dashboards on Thursday and Friday of last week.
How big is the Johnson City community, students, faculty, and staff?
600.
Yes, right over a little over 600.
So a month ago, we talked about looking at differences between our Hayes County statistics between then and now. Do we have, can you guys share what you've learned about that in the last month and how those?
Yeah, so we have it graphically in this presentation. We can pull up that graph. We've traced it.
Well, I mean, data that's come out in the last couple of days that shows.
So Darrell shared with me that we had an uptick in the cases of Wimberley in a text. And I don't know the exact number that you shared. And then in her text, she said, no one has called me. And so
in the community, so in Hayes County last week, they had 313 cases, which was an increase in 75 over the week before. In Wimberley, there were 21 cases, which is an increase in 19 over the week before. And we have one case at WISD, which is an increase in 1 over the week before. So those are the numbers.
Okay. Thank you for those. Yeah, I mean, data that I'm looking at shows that we have 108% increase from average daily cases from 2 weeks ago in Hayes County. And, so that's a pretty significant jump, and those numbers kind of bear that out. So I think that's important to consider.
Carol, do you have any updated numbers on vaccination?
Yes, I've got an addendum. I'm sorry. I think what happened was the addendum may be tacked onto the end of your slide, but I have the hard copy if you want to see it.
That'd be great.
Okay. If that way you'll have the numbers, you don't have to remember me saying them. This is just, the 3 things y'all asked for: vaccination and variant, and that's the numbers.
Darrell, that recommendation that's coming out of the COVID task force, that has been something that's kind of evolved and been discussed with a lot of the medical community here in Wimberley. Could you maybe expound on that a little bit for me?
I think that I'll tell you, from my point of view, what's become kind of apparent is that, all risk is a continuum. And so it's clear that there's a part of our community that would like us to allow more risk. And at this time, where numbers haven't grown exponentially, there's part of the community that would like us to have less. And I stand with the task force in supporting a compromise that would say the place to allow some more risk would be at the elementary school level where kids are less affected. That's where the basis of the task force compromise comes from. And I, of course, support that.
And this is either a question for Dwayne or Darrell. Start with Dwayne. The two dates that have been presented for going mask optional at Jacobs Well, which is the date that's been presented for mask optional at Danforth in the high school. What's the significance of those particular dates?
Well,
Okay, for Jacobs Well and Blue Hole, April 22nd is when all teachers would have been fully vaccinated. And so that falls on a Thursday. And so the task force, we discussed this and we felt like instead of implementing something on a Thursday, why not wait until the following Monday? And then that gives teachers time from tonight, the 19th, through the 26th to prepare or whatever is necessary. If you'll recall, one of the suggestions made whenever you and I spoke with Comal ISD, we learned several things that had he had it all over to do again, he would have done. Staff surveys, community surveys, making sure that we knew exactly what date all teachers are vaccinated, giving them time to go through that process that was necessary. So that's where the April 26th date was chosen. The May 27th date was chosen because we are planning to, we have 2 more weather days left and we might as well use one. So that'll be May 27th and we will call that a holiday. And then the early release will be on the 26th. And so the 27th was chosen because there would be no students and no staff at any of the campuses. And then that would allow us to do graduation at the football stadium.
outdoors.
And so given the capacity of that stadium, if you take the number of graduates, Jason and I have been discussing this, between 8 and 10 being allowed, you're still at only 50%. And so it would allow us to have a much more flexibility during graduation.
And the issue at Jacobs Well is that at Jacobs Well, first of all, the healthcare community agrees that while children, anyone in a pandemic is at risk of serious illness, but young children are less at risk, and also there's less transmission between children. And the Jacobsville campus already has a whole grade level and a part that don't wear masks, and their administration felt like the disruption that would come from allowing optional would really not be an issue for their campus. So we felt like if that was a good a place to come together as a community and compromise at that campus where the administration felt like they could handle that positively, and also there's already a fair amount of children at that campus not masking. It doesn't affect Blue Hole, and it doesn't affect, there's still a fair amount of concern over teacher-to-teacher transmission, which is why we left it for all adults, just dealing with children. So that's the second part of that compromise.
Based on this recommendation, then after these 2 dates, then this would be the current policy for the school district moving forward through the summer and into next school year. Is that the understanding?
Yes, it is.
Of course, that would be subject to
Sure.
future board action or anything else that might occur that we would have to consider. But short of that, that would be where we would stand.
Concerns about, as we've learned with COVID, the pandemic can throw us all a curve. But at this point, that looks like a good compromise position for our community moving forward.
Do we have any questions related to any of these
Did someone say that we have some sort of medical community recommendation for this? I'm just curious.
There should be a letter in the slide.
And that's for the compromise.
Can we bring that letter up on the board? Is it up there?
Sure. Alan, can you bring it up? All right, so wait, you skipped a slide. So one slide, these are the people who signed the letter and where they practice
And
medicine.
the slide before this explains how that group was assembled.
Yeah.
And the folks that are part of this group, and I understand in addition to some other medical providers within our community that are not expressly mentioned here, are in agreement concerning this recommendation.
That's my understanding. What happened was when you guys, in particular, Mr. Strange said to me, we've got to have more information. I thought, well, I need to review all that research, but it's like 70-something research papers that go into that advice, and that's too much for me to do alone. Plus I'm plenty smart, but it's very complicated information. So I use the School Health Advisory Council, which is the council you guys appoint every year, and I reached out to them and said, there's a doctor and a public health person, and, there's some people on that council. And I said, would y'all be willing to help me review this research? And so then they created a working group of volunteers, a lot of who have kids in the school district, but are medical professionals. And they reviewed the information, and then that's where they're really looking at is the information good, solid science, and also how would it best, translate for Wimberley. And so I spoke with them about it after it came out and said, we're really looking to try and find a place where we could compromise. And I didn't poll anybody. It's not that, but I did have conversation and say to try and help this task force find a compromise. And in that process, I felt like we had a good, solid support from those healthcare professionals. And they reached out to people in the community that they knew who are also health professionals, and those conversations informed the compromise as well.
One thing I find glaring to me is there's one pediatrician in town who takes care of a huge number of these children is not mentioned on.
Can you pull that up, Alan?
I'd just like to know more about that.
Pull the letter up, scroll the letter up, please.
In what way?
Well, the guy who kind of takes care of a lot of our children doesn't have a voice in the letter, so I'm just curious why.
I feel very uncomfortable saying specific information about a professional in town who has not put any sort of public, I don't think I should say something about a conversation or not conversation with another professional who hasn't chosen to take a public stand. I feel uncomfortable with that.
Yeah, that's fair. If somebody's name is not part of this, it doesn't necessarily mean that person wasn't consulted, but it also doesn't mean that they were. We can't really, I think it wouldn't be fair to conjecture why.
Fair or unfair. I'm just saying it seems to me, it's just odd to me that the pediatrician in our town didn't say anything. That's all. So I'm not saying anything one way or another, other than that just kind of surprising.
In my experience, the state is usually, lack of a better description, is usually slow in responding and slow in retracting different actions in which it takes. And I don't believe with or without the existence of a mandate, that you necessarily have, and I'm not sick with COVID, I have sinus infection. They wouldn't even give me a vaccination. I have so many COVID antibodies, I mean, according to the people when I went to get a shot. So, but you don't necessarily have to have a mandate from the state being us, any other type of entity of authority, to have safe practices. I think case in point, I'll speak from my personal perspective. Our last meeting, we were coming in here out of spring break. I had COVID for a month before, went straight into the snow thing, and that had a lot of traveling I needed to do for work. And then we went out of town for spring break and walked into our meeting last Monday. I was completely unprepared, I'm speaking as one individual, to make an intelligent decision one way or the other. Our task force gave us a lot of good information. We evaluated where we were. We laid some measures down that were important to us on what would be important as a board to consider as we move into the next month. And I took a lot of personal time. So my personal position of the last month is I've been able to stay in Wimberley for the most part for the last 3 weeks or so, fairly consistently. In addition, my wife has been taking real estate classes out of town, so I've been on kid duty as well as a lot more than normal. And so I've been on our campuses a lot. I've been going to every baseball practice, every other extracurricular function for the past month. And you see a transition of how people are practicing in our community, particularly our kids. Again, I'm just trying to express what I see with my own eyes. Out of the baseball fields, there's not one child with a mask in our baseball fields. Frankly, there's not really one adult at our baseball field. That's not people are being smart, socially distancing. Nobody's licking on everybody, but a lot of that has moved on. Realize that's one faction of our community. I could go through our church community, several other factions of our community that I've witnessed over the past 3 weeks. And what is being practiced and exercised over the past month in our community with our kids and what is being reflected in our school is no longer matching up. That was not the case a few months ago. Again, I'm speaking from what I see with my own eyes in this community. I think people are far more educated than what they were, especially at the beginning of this pandemic, and have educated themselves. And as we started off in one big homogeneous place together, we've all started to slowly evolve into our own practices, our own levels of what we feel comfortable with as far as risk. And we have real things being implemented in our community, like vaccines, also a portion of herd immunity as well. I do worry about and concerned about, frankly, the effectiveness of what we're doing at this point in time. And I also believe, I went and visited Comel School District from a distance, but like getting picked up for being a weirdo looking at schools somewhere outside the parking lot. But in talking to several of their board members, particularly with the high school, most of those kids, they went optional. Most of those kids are wearing a mask. They're wearing a mask in conditions in which they can't social distance. I think for a lot of the reasons, at least according to the board members I spoke to, for their own personal comfort and feeling the comfort of their fellow student, but also what you talked about as far as the contract, being able to, if you were to have a case, go in and being able to possibly fully be able to follow up on those types of issues, a lot of those students are wearing a mask so they don't get caught into that. All people in the classroom need to go because one person has a mask. So those are some observations. I think Comal County, I think Johnson is a good example as well because it's a local community. But Comal County is an excellent example and reflection of Hays County for a lot of reasons that I won't bore you with. Plus, it's a much larger district than ours, and they have been able to make that work, at least up to this point in time. So I share that information. If we go optional tonight, you know, my younger kids aren't going to probably wear a mask. My daughter will continue to wear a mask in school, just out of good practice and exercise. But I think parents are at the point, and what that survey tells me is not necessarily they want to wear a mask or don't wear a mask, but that survey tells me in the probably 80-something personal conversations I've had over the last 3 to 4 weeks, is that people want the empowerment to make the decision for themselves again. And that's important. It's important that parents have that ability to do so. So that, and for me, our staff having the opportunity to be vaccinated, to go through that process, those all combined for me to feel comfortable with an option at this point in time. I think the committee offered a reasonable compromise. But that's where I am at this point.
Well, I'm going to ask a question. Will brought something up that I think would be important to kind of flesh out a little bit. What decision is made tonight in regard to masks? How will the whole contact tracing protocol be affected?
Well, that's also part of that compromise in that, so if you're doing contact tracing in an environment where kids are required to wear masks, then when I go to the junior high or high school and we do contact tracing there, you can pull a seating chart, you know, and then have a conversation with the teacher about, you know, what kind of were the lessons that were going on that day. If they weren't having some sort of big group where they were all close together, then you really can monitor a great number of those kids because everyone in the class, for the most part, wearing a mask. When you ask an elementary school teacher who basically has one group of kids, maybe a part of a group during the day, they can usually remember pretty well kind of what was going on during that class all day long for a day or two. But when you ask junior high and high school teachers to try and remember everything that happened in 4 classes at the high school or 5 classes at the junior high over the course of those days, it's harder for them to take a snapshot of, hey, 3rd period yesterday when this kiddo was here and had COVID, what, you know, was everybody in the class wearing a mask, or were 2 people in the class wearing a mask, or 3 people in the class? It makes the logistics of contact tracing more difficult. Even if you say to kids, hey, if you wear your mask, you're much less likely to be quarantined. It's really hard for me to, you know, teachers are trying to teach, they're not taking a mental picture and memorizing everybody who had a mask on or didn't during that class period. So at the junior high and high school, again, more difficult to do accurate contact tracing. And if you're not being accurate, then you feel, especially with the concern of part of our community about safety, better to quarantine more rather than less. Whereas at the elementary school, a teacher who has mostly the same kids all day can tell you, hey, this is kind of what it looks like in class every day. So while it's hard to, you know, it's hard to imagine what it's going to look like exactly, it's definitely going to be more difficult if there's this sort of you can or you can't at the junior high and high school level. At the elementary school, it's still more difficult, but manageable. And certainly the only time we've had to quarantine whole classrooms at WISD this year has been at Blue Hole, where we have whole classrooms that don't wear masks. And so if we put that in place throughout the school district, it certainly makes us more vulnerable to larger quarantines. That doesn't mean it'll happen, because right now at the high school, at the school district, we have one COVID case. Our county and our city numbers are going up, and that may be reflected in our campus, or it may not. If it is, then certainly we'd be more vulnerable for larger numbers of quarantine, and it'll be more difficult. That's as good as I can do, I think. That's enough, right?
No, that answers the question. Thank you. That's good detail.
Sorry.
That's all right.
I was asking that the AC be
Oh,
shut off.
Only the skinny people are asking.
I thought you were raising your hand. Like,
No.
that's okay.
Any other questions for Dwayne or Joelle related to anything that's been presented so far? I just want to say I appreciate the work that's gone into trying to navigate this up until just now, this proposal or compromise that's been reached, and I appreciate the hard work. And I know it's not been easy trying to find a path like this.
I expressed my respect for the COVID task group last month, and I do tonight as well. I don't know if this was Ken's point, and I'm not going to speak for Ken, but only 36% of the healthcare professionals on that screen practice locally. Now, in no way does that mean that those that practice outside Wimberley don't have knowledge, experience, expertise, but it is only 36%. Good academia would suggest that we would have at least one or two more local practitioners who would voice their opinion, yay or nay or neutral, on the issue at hand. So that comes to my mind. I do know that in one email that we received that asked for the board to recommend that masks be optional, but there were 843 or something like that signatures on that email. And there were healthcare professionals listed in that group that I recognize to give care locally. We are not commissioners of the county. We're not city council members of Wimberley City. We are trustees of WISD. So we don't attend to the affairs of the county, and we don't attend to the affairs of the city. We're charged with the responsibility of the city. Our metrics that we talked about last week have been presented to us. The surveys, when you look at the staff, there's more staff when you group together. I think masks could be optional or neutral. That percentage is higher than those that are saying no. By the way, when you look at survey return rate, that's called an internal survey. What you sent out to WISD staff is called an internal survey. And usually with internal surveys, your return rate is 30 to 40%. And your return rate on that one was 64%. That's very, very high, very high. And then with the parent survey, it's not an internal survey, it's considered external survey. You would think it'd be an internal survey because they're in, but it's not at all. It's an external survey. Those come in at a rate of about 10 to 20%, and that return was nearly 50%, 49.4%. 60% of the parent and guardians said that we'd like to see kids have an option here. We believe our kids should have an option here. So I don't quite comprehend, I do comprehend what we're calling a compromise that the COVID task group has submitted to us. I get it. I don't agree with it. I believe that, I like that idea of 426. That makes sense to me, teachers' vaccination. It makes sense to me. It resonates with me. And so I think we should go optional across the entire district on 426, based on all the data that is reflected in this presentation from all sides, from the whole community, what we see in the metrics, and more.
Considering our staff at the high school and the junior high are closer to 55 and 61%, so that's what they were, that they wanted those masks in place for safety. I think that is a pretty important factor for us to consider. I mean, I think overwhelmingly here, our duty is to protect the health and safety of our students and our staff, and that we have to make, a decision that reflects that. And it may, again, we have heard from a lot of parents that want to see changes, and we heard tonight from a lot of parents who don't. So, and maybe, there were a lot of issues with that external survey, as you like to call it, the one that was sent to parents. I had problems accessing it at first. It was challenging. A lot of parents don't know their Skyward passwords. There was a lot of barriers, I think, to participation in that, even though we did get a pretty high response rate. So I think that, that's one data point. I think our staff, that those data points are very important. I think that the overwhelming scientific and medical community recommendations, the recommendation of the CDC, the fact that our Hays County people say these protocols should not be lifted, and TEA guidelines tell us we should be looking to those local health officials to make these decisions, that those things are all important. I think it's also important that we made a promise to our faculty, essentially, when we adopted these protocols for this school year, and they are only for this school year, that we would follow these in order to keep them safe and make them feel safe working here. And I think that's really important. And, again, there's a lot of other things to discuss here, but there's a few things that I'm thinking about.
And, one point I wanted to make on the compromise is, part of the reason I think that's being looked at is to help manage the timing for the teachers of the next 30 some odd days and the staff to deal with a drastic change. When we talked to Comel, one of the things that they told us from the superintendent's perspective was the decision that was made there was immediately to go optional. And as a administrative staff, teaching staff, all that, they weren't ready for that. And so it was difficult, the implementation and so forth. And that, Dwayne, am I correct? No. That was one of the takeaways. So that's part of the reason that we're looking at that. I just wanted to clarify that.
Joe, I'll add to that I heard some of the same comments from board members. Well, we have also had a month to think some of this through. And there should have been contingencies discussed and thought of as well. So you're going past this past month, and we're just not caught cold. In other words, I don't think it's apples to apples. I think it's a very good point to bring up. I don't think it's apples to apples. I believe taking action last month would have been irresponsible. All our teachers weren't vaccinated. Either way, all our teachers weren't vaccinated. And we had no preparation to get into some of these variables that you rightfully bring up, Joe. We sit here today, our teachers are vaccinated. And we've had a month to think through some of these things if the board were to move into a new form of practice when it comes to our COVID protocol.
I appreciate your comments, Joe. At least 100 schools school districts in the state of Texas have given the option. And we're hanging our hat on one superintendent for come out and his opinion. No disregard for him, no disrespect to him. We haven't polled.
Well, that was the one I spoke to directly, who we, you know.
What do the other 99 say?
I don't know.
Right, you don't have time for that, I don't have time.
There's a lot of districts that have decided to keep
I
their.
mean, there's more districts that have not gone optional than have. I mean, but we're trying to,
And there's a whole
Figure
lot
this
of
out.
districts that are not even in person at all currently.
We're
Have
trying-
not done at all.
we're trying to
So-
find a solution for
Yeah.
Wimberley. I'm sorry.
So in kind of addressing a couple of things that were said, I think it is completely unfair to assume that the neutral parties would all go in one direction or another. The more likely is that they would be split if they were perfectly, had to make a decision and go one way or the other. So with that, the other is that Governor Abbott did lift the mandate, and I am really so tired of having that pushed back down our throats, because the soundbite that none of the news stations go on and nobody else is talking about is what came after he said that, which was, we need to listen to our local health officials because every community is different. And that is where I will agree. Comal's different, Johnson City's different, Hayes is different, we're all different. Our local health official has made his ruling and has said what he should. TEA has stated, and TASB has stated, that if we are going to consider something, that we strongly listen to our local health officials. We've all gotten those updates. We have tasked this task force with coming up with something that is workable. We have staff at those two campuses that are the majority, whether you like it or not. If we split the neutrals, if that's the way that you have to do it, is I personally take the neutrals out and look at the numbers. If we want to split the neutrals, it's still a majority of our staff who is looking at us as leaders. Yes, I understand that there are parents out there that don't like it, but guess what? They don't like the dress code. They don't like the AP standards. They don't like the way that we figure out the top 10 at graduation. They don't like lots and lots and lots of things, but the bottom line is we have to stand up and make a decision as to what is the best interest of the kids. And I've heard from several parents how that's not our job. And I got news for you guys out there listening to us on YouTube. That's exactly our job. That's what we're here for, is to make those decisions. And lots may agree, lots may disagree. But we've had that over the last 22 months. The divisiveness in this community over things to do with the school district and in our community is heart-wrenching. I put a year of my life on pause to serve this community when the floods came. That was the Wimberley that I knew and loved. This is not. The number of emails, text messages, phone calls that we've gotten, the tone of those. Today I was told by a parent that I needed to suck it up because it was my responsibility to deal with this expletive that I'm not going to say. And that is not the case. Not one of the board members sitting around this table came onto this board to deal with expletives. We came on because we love our community, we love our district, and we're here to serve kids and our staff. And I think we've gotten way off that road in some of the discussions that we've been having over the last month with this. And I'm sorry, but as long as I've been on this board and we have tasked our staff to come back to us with recommendations, I've supported what they've come back to us with. And anybody who wants to think that's the chicken way out or whatever y'all want to call it based on some of the comments that were in public comment tonight, you can think that all you want.
But until you sit in these chairs and you stand in our shoes, you don't get to pass judgment on us and how we do that. And that's pretty much all I've got to say.
Also, I mean, to the point of, everybody that you made about everybody who wants a vaccination can have one. I mean, I have quotes that I wrote down from the teacher comments that talk about pre-existing conditions that make it impossible, or medical reasons that make it impossible for them to get a vaccine. And yet they are, worried that if the mask mandate were to be lifted. So, and someone complained about me raising this the last time, that, we shouldn't make a decision based on one or two people. And, frankly, I mean, I do believe that the lives of those one or two staff people is extremely important. And I do think we should consider them in these decisions. Because ultimately, I don't know any other way to do that. I feel like, the way I was raised in Catholic school is, whatsoever you do to the least of your brothers, right? And that we should be taking care and making sure that everyone feels safe. And there's only some people saying they wouldn't feel safe. Other people are saying other things they don't like or agree with. But I think as trustees, one of our primary goals and drivers is to make sure everybody has a safe environment to learn. And that is what is essentially at stake with this stuff.
I think those are all good points. They're not, either there's a right or wrong position necessarily here in trying to maintain high levels of public safety, but also trying to evolve, continue to evolve back to a sense of normalcy when you have a level of comfort to do so. And Tracy brought up a great point. Many great points, but great point that a lot of places in our country that aren't even going to school. We went to school, almost immediately back from school. And I think our district has been, and our kids in our district have been very, very much have taken a great deal of benefit from that. When you look at these other districts and what other kids are doing, but they're you continue. So we evolved into that position. We're at another crossroads where a lot of people, I mean, nobody, and I'm gonna state that I hope that nobody feels, I think the overwhelming majority of us, and I don't mean this board, I mean our community, nobody should be comfortable with what we've gone through in the past year in regards to restrictions and the empowerment of the state. It's necessary at times. It's necessary for times like we've had over the past year. There should never be a comfort level with it. And it is always hard to get out of those positions. You look back on any state of emergency, it is always difficult to transition into the new phase, the next era, whatever is coming down the path. I think we're far better educated than what we were in the past. I think we have a great deal of tools to work with. And we're not saying that you don't have a mask, we're saying you have an option to wear a mask, which I think a great deal. Again, I'm not just using an example, but I witnessed at one school district and based off speaking to the members, especially in the high school, most of those kids are still wearing masks. They have the choice not to do so. They're still wearing masks at from their calculations at high rates, 85%. From making that decision as an individual and as a family. And then I go back to the practical sense of, again, what I've witnessed in the community in past month. And what I see going on in the rest of the community is not what I see going on in the school. And I think that makes sense, doesn't it? I mean,
I think maybe you
Few
have a different
practices.
set of people that you hang out with in the community, perhaps.
Yeah, that's fair, Lori, but I have a pretty diverse group of people I hang out with and go to quite a few places. I mean, this isn't Houston, Texas. It's not like you don't cover one side of town or the other. I mean, get around this community quite a bit. And I know there's a faction of our community that feels drastically different, but in practice and in exercise, that's not what I'm seeing. Just going around different places of common areas where there are people, particularly children, who've proven to have far higher protections when it comes to COVID than the adults do in our community. And you can agree or not agree. I'm just telling you what I've seen with my own eyes. I think it's a relevant point to lay out here because those same kids going back into our classroom. So
The outdoor stuff, I think, is different than indoor, in large indoor spaces and classrooms. And, I mean, we've got 2,500 kids inside in our buildings, and that's a different scenario than a baseball field or, outside. I think,
I don't disagree with
that's an important factor to think about.
Joe, Tracy made a point about the neutral. And if you took out the neutral in the staff surveys, the staff regarding should masks be optional for the staff, they would be in the majority at 52% if you took out the neutral.
Well, and that's also Jacobsville Elementary and Blue Hole Elementary, who for the 90% are not wearing masks already.
Correct.
So I feel that the junior high and high school are a separate group.
Yes.
And that's just how I look at it.
Yeah. And then for the students, how they feel about the students, it'd be about the same, 52.2%. And that is exactly, the comment I was going about. The accuracy of your statement is not, point on. And I appreciate your passion, yet I also know that as a board, we don't always go with all the recommendations that the administration has come to us.
That wasn't what I stated.
You stated,
No, I stated that I have always voted with what the recommendation from the staff is after we taxed them with coming back with the
but
recommendation.
it was a more global approach too. I thought I heard you say that, it was more global than that, but that's not really who we have been.
Actually,
We
largely
have-
is, at least in my tenure.
We've always,
We largely follow the recommendations of our staff. They are the professionals that do this work day in and day out. And I think by and large, we do. And so, no matter which one of these surveys you're looking at, if you take the neutrals out or split them, and I agree with Tracy's point, you can't just say the neutrals go with the no's or the neutrals go with the yeses. That doesn't make any sense. And if you read the comments on the neutrals, a lot of them stated that they're fine with keeping masks. So, again, that's just in the details, which, I read. So, I don't think we need to keep rehashing that point. That seems silly.
Any other questions, comments?
I think it's important to call out that, last month we talked about kids protesting by not wearing their masks. And we had a discussion about what's the appropriate way for them to respond and to protest and share their opinions. We had a lot of kids submit statements tonight, some of them calling out that they were students, a bunch of them who didn't, whose names I just know because they're friends of my children. So I think it's important to recognize that those kids stood up and did exactly what we told them to do.
And one other point I wanted to mention, that's a good point, just to flush out some of the details of what we've heard tonight. We did also send out the survey in Spanish, is that correct? The parent survey and received input there as well. So when that survey went out to the parents, it did go out in Spanish as well.
I want to say, I don't think that this discussion or what we're going to vote on tonight in terms of the protocols and the safety protocols, to me, the actions, the protest, whatever you want to call it, those actions by those parents and some of and the students, we have policies and guidelines, and we have grievance procedures, and we have processes that are in place that people that have issues or concerns that want to bring them forward to the district, we have channels to bring those concerns forward.
Like this format, and we did.
Our grievance procedure is pretty specific to something like this, and that no grievance was ever filed, no question. And in fact, so none of that was followed. And so that is a problematic precedent, I think, for the future, and something that I'm sure our administrators think about, and one that I think we should keep in mind. And frankly, I would like to ask any member of the COVID task force that has any comment or statement or anything they want to share, I would request that y'all do that, please. I'd love to hear anything y'all have to say, if you have anything to say.
We're in support of all that we really, our recommendation is our recommendation.
Okay.
And we stand together in support of that.
That's good enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would make a motion at this point that we accept that recommendation.
I'll second it.
Motion second. Further discussion?
Can we read it again for the sake of
Yeah,
clarity?
here's the recommendation. Wimberley ISD COVID-19 Task Force recommendation. Effective April 26, 2021, face coverings / masks will be optional for all students at Jacobs Well Elementary School and Blue Hole Primary School. Effective May 27th, 2021, face coverings / masks will be optional for all WISD students, all WISD staff, faculty, and all visitors / parents to WISD facilities.
Well, I'd just like to say this has been a very hard decision for all of us, I'm sure. For me, as a medical professional, it's been very difficult because, I've been taught to do evidence-based medicine. What is evidence-based medicine? So I start looking around, and when I look at Hays County, we have 542 people in the entirety of Hays County as of this, from the 17th to the 19th. And when I looked at the data, the 2019 census, there was 231,000 people in the county. So when I do that math, that's 0.0023. So I thought that was pretty weird. We talk about, oh my gosh, there's been 100% increase. And we're not even, we're less than 0.1%. And then I started looking at Wimberley ISD, who's had the mask. We've had the mask, and we've done a great job, and I appreciate that. And we had, from the week that the mask went optional in Comal and Johnson City, that week we had 4 cases of COVID in the school district. That was 0.00157%. And then I thought, well, what's going on in Comal? They've had this, they don't have masks now. And theirs was 0.00066. And then I thought, well, what's Dripping Springs doing in that week? And so I looked at Dripping Springs, and they had more COVID patients than anywhere. And they have a very rigorous mask, just like us. So theirs was 0.0028 for that week. So I was like, how does that work? What's that all about? It makes it very difficult for me. And then I'm in the community and I'm looking around, and there are not a lot of people wearing masks. So we can't say that 0.0023 is because people are wearing masks, because I don't see a lot of people wearing masks. So my evidence is, well, how is that happening? How are we lowering our rates? And, you know, but then I read the CDC says everybody should wear a mask. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm a medical professional, that makes sense. But I look at the evidence and I say, well, how does that make sense? And then, you know, I just look around, I just don't understand how all of that works. And it's very difficult for me. And then to say that if we went mask optional, that would be horrible and we are not doing anything to protect people, except we spent $450,000 on air purifiers that's supposed to help.
But they're not installed.
And then,
But they're not installed in all classrooms.
Look, they are installed in the
They're
classrooms. The letter that we read says they're all installed in the
That they're not
classroom.
being utilized though.
They're
being unplugged.
They're not
They're
in
being
the
unplugged.
root. And so, you know, I mean, we have these ways to take care of people. I talked to the custodial people today, and they're doing everything they can to make sure the school is safe.
We appreciate it.
Yes, and they're doing an awesome job. So I am so torn because I know that COVID is spread by droplets. That's how it's spread. I mean, the science says that. That's what proves that. So I don't know where to go. I'm Ken Strange. I'm a medical professional, kinda, you know, I'm a paramedic. I'm a school board member. My own daughter says, please don't lift the mask mandate. And I said, well, why not, Howard? She said, because if you lift the mask mandate, I will continue to wear a mask and I know I'll be bullied. And she didn't want to lift it, she didn't want to lift it because it was science or it was anything, or she's not afraid of COVID. She just doesn't want to be bullied because she knows she's going to wear a mask. So this is really a difficult position for me to be in, and I don't know where to go with this. You know, when I look at the evidence, what does it prove? It proves that we have this minute minority of people who have COVID. And I know that if I don't feel well, I should wear a mask. And I do. When I go to ACE, my friends at ACE, they ask me to wear a mask. So you know what I do? Put a mask on. My friends at HEB, they ask me to put a mask on. What do? I put a mask on. Because I want to be polite to people. And then, as a school board member, I get these emails that are incredible. I'm like, I can't believe you're talking to me like that. I mean, I've been in this district, I've been on this board for 13 years.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden you're telling me these things that, first of all, I didn't know about myself. I'm like, well, where did that come from? And that I might need redemption from you. I thought I was redeemed 2,000 years ago. You know, like, what are you talking about? You can be redeemed. I'm like, oh, all right, well, that's great. That makes me feel wonderful. And that really, you know, I just don't understand where we're going. And I would love for somehow for this community to be able to get back together again and say, hey, we need to have some common sense here. We need to have some courtesy. We need to talk nice to people. We need to smile at people. And, you know, everybody has their own responsibility. I know good and well when I go on an EMS call, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to put a mask on. Why? Because my chances of getting COVID are high. Over the snow vid, I took about 25 people to the hospital in my personal Suburban. I put a mask on every time I was in that car, and I took somebody to the hospital. 2 weeks or a week later, I'm sick at home with COVID. I had a mask on, but I'm sick at home with COVID, you know? So how well does that work? And when I look around the room, I see people with their mask on. That's great. There's some people who don't have their mask on. That's great. I'm at a loss. I mean, I don't know what to do. I want to take care. I love these children more than you can imagine. And I love these teachers. I want to support every teacher. I want every teacher to feel comfortable. And how do you do that? Where do you go with that? I mean, I don't know what to do. I mean, I want to go mask optional, and then I look at it, and it's like, does that make sense? You know, what do the numbers call out? We have one student in, 2,600 right now. Is it because of mask? Is it because of custodial? Is it because the numbers are dropping out? I mean, I've been asking for help and prayer and advice and from lots and lots and lots of people. And it, some of it wears out and some of it doesn't. I just don't understand.
A lot of different opinions, though.
There's a jillion, you can get an opinion for anything. So,
Well, if I might add, one of the things about this discussion we've had and this compromise is that it does provide direction for people in terms of setting 2 dates, okay? Both for folks that are in support of current protocol and folks that want to go optional. It provides direction going into next year. And, frankly, one of the main considerations for me is it supports our staff who has stepped out there from the beginning in this whole thing and made it work for us as a community to let our kids go back to school. And this just is a short period of time that we're talking about. It's timing, folks. And to say that, we're going to arbitrarily assign another date so our kids can go optional for 2 or 3 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever at the end of school. These are dates that, our staff has thought about and has recommended for a reason. And I think that that's something that's very important. And I'm not going to go into any more detail, but I just, this is not an easy situation. I've gotten the same email and pressure and all of that. And it's been shocking. But at the same time, I understand it's a visceral issue and there's a lot of dynamic to it. And as we sit here today, there's no real easy answer, but we're trying to make a thoughtful decision that takes a lot of different factors into an account.
And I think it offers a compromise, right? I think we talked last month about the fact that this is not clear cut. We don't have a 90-10 split. I wish we did. It would make this a lot easier. But we don't. It feels like an impossible decision. And so I feel like this is a good compromise.
But my thought process going through that, though, is I do not believe there's a clear and present danger anymore in this district or this community. And I am uncertain. My house is split over this issue. You talked to my, who brought their kids? Ken did. Well, same type deal. So in that, again, good people can have disagreement. If you want to go back towards, kind of the empowerment of the system, I'm choosing to go to empowerment of the individual parents. Put this back in their hands and have them make the decision that's best for their own personal situation. That's how I ultimately got to the place where I am today, because I am. It's uncertain. This whole thing's uncertain for everybody. CDC, for everybody in between. The whole thing's been uncertain from the beginning for the entire world. We're all doing our best to navigate it.
And
That's ultimately how I came to that conclusion as an individual board.
to speak to the point of, letting people make their choices for themselves and their children, I mean, I think in any normal other scenario of another decision, that makes sense. But in this particular situation, when those decisions impact others, I mean, that, I think, again, that speaks to the health of all, public health but that, it isn't just about your decision impacting your own self. It's about your decision and this decision impacting all those other people. To me, this timing at least gets us, makes sense from what our staff want to do and what they're comfortable with. It makes sense from the science about how it impacts children of different ages. And it makes sense based on the fact that by the end of May, every adult who supposedly wants a COVID vaccine can get one. I mean, so we get to some places where this starts to make sense. So, I mean,
On behalf of the junior high and high school students who want masks to go optional, and parents of junior high and high school students who want masks to go optional, they don't see this as a compromise at all. Just wanted to voice that. They see that their voice that they've expressed, whether it be a student, as Lexi pointed out, or whether it be a parent, went unnoticed completely.
Now, I just want to add the notes from the task force that all the healthcare professionals were in agreement that any students, high school, middle school, Danforth, who are unable to wear masks due to health condition, whether it be a physical condition or a mental health condition, will not be required to wear a mask.
Sure, that's where we are right now.
And that will continue to be the protocol.
Right, that's where we are right now. There's no change in that. That's across all campuses.
I think we have a motion and a second on the table. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your right hand. All,
Whatever. I don't even know what to do. I can just go jump in the lake right now.
5, all opposed. 2, 5-2, motion passes. Thank you all very much for the discussion. We're going to take a break.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, back on the record. And we're going to move down to item number 4 on our agenda, which is our consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
I would move that we approve the consent agenda items with the exception of 4C.
Second.
Motion second, discussion.
Say 4C.
4C.
Hearing none, all in favor, raise your right hand. That's unanimous. Motion.
What's 4C? I'm sorry, my thing's not.
The minutes.
Okay.
And then on item 4C, it is missing the motion, I think Rob made and Ken seconded. And then we went 601 because Lori abstained on the having this presentation tonight. And it was at, hold on.
346:30.
Say that again? 326. If you go back to the YouTube, you can find
346:30.
346:30 is when it was on there.
What item is
Might
that
just
on
bring
that
the minutes
agenda?
back next time.
What agenda item is that?
4C, the minutes from the last meeting.
No, I mean on the minutes. Can you tell that or no? That's okay. I'll look it up.
From last minute, yeah.
Okay, I'll look it up.
I can guess.
No, that's okay. I'll look it up.
It was, okay, it was under item 3.
Okay.
I can't tell you that.
So that's the final vote?
Yeah,
601? Okay.
701.
601.
I mean, 601, sorry. Sorry. I was looking at the minutes. So I would move that we approve item 4C with the addition of that.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, raise your right hand. That's unanimous. Okay, we're going to move over to item number 5, which is our 2018 capital bond fund projects. And I'm going to turn this over to Mr. York.
So we have highlighted proposed expenditures, looking for your approval and any questions that you might have regarding any of these proposed expenditures.
It is 76%.
Here.
I got it. I can see it.
Okay.
Do I have any questions on these? Not, we'll entertain a
So
motion.
moved.
Is that
Second.
Motion Lori, Tracy second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Raise your right hand. Unanimous. We're going to move over to our reports. Everybody received the health and safety report. And that's item A. Item B, the CFO's report. Mr. Moises Santiago, thank you for being with us.
Okay, so we are reporting the month of March, and we are about 60% of the budget year. And our fund balances, cash and investments total 29.3 million, which general fund makes about 70% at 20.2 million, and the service almost 7 million. The general funds collected 24.6%, which is equivalent to 94 the budgeted revenue, and we spent 15.2, almost in line with our budget year percentage of 60%. The child nutrition collected 50% its budgeted revenue. Also, a lot of it is still with a low meal participation, and we spent almost $500,000 of the budgeted expenditures. The debt service is still, we've collected almost the same as the general fund tax revenue. We're at 6.3 million, and currently have spent 1.8 million, still have the principal or the large largest payments in the month of August. Capital projects, we've spent 2.4 million this current fiscal year and earned almost 50,000 in what's mainly left of the bond funds. As far as tax collections, we collected, or in the month of March, only 2.8% of the levy, but a total of 94.8 has been collected throughout the entire year, compared to 95.8 the previous year. So we're down 1% compared to last year at the same time. We have collected almost 98% of the budgeted tax revenue, and compared to last year, at the same time, we were at 95.7. No other things to keep in mind that at this point, I guess we'll talk about the fund balance, what's being discussed at the legislature side later on. But our current fund balance as of March 31st is 18.2 million, which is equivalent to 8.78 operating funds. And that's all financials for the month of March. If you have any other questions?
Good.
That's awesome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So Moises is fixing to give you some assumptions. So I want to give you literally what transpired in probably a 48-hour period of time. Well, 48 hours if you count Friday. Legislatively, we've been getting a lot of mixed numbers, a lot of mixed signals, I should say, about what they're going to do about fund balance. But the thing that we've been anxiously awaiting is the TEA now calculates your maximum compressed rate. So the most important thing about what and I'm going to turn it over to Moises from this point, but we were not able to get you these two sheets. You did hand them out to them, thank you. Because this changed, or we were looking for Omar Garcia's recommendation on which direction to go, because we definitely need to be able to protest TEA's maximum compressed rate. If you'll remember, at 1819, our M&O tax rate was $1.09. They have compressed our tax rate for this coming school year to 95 cents. That's a loss of 13 cents. And we find that out today, and that's very disturbing. We have no recourse. We can't go out for a TRE. You know, we've always been told by Omar that whenever your property tax goes down, the state fills the bucket up with state revenue. And that ain't happening either. And so, very frustrated right now, very frustrated. So on page 2, in bold, underneath the chart, as we go through this, I want you to pay close attention to this, because the only way that we can make up for this lost revenue is increased enrollment and hopefully protest TEA, and then hope, because Omar does this periodically. He will have a placeholder within the template, okay, until he knows that exact amount. And during a legislative year, you really never know when that's actually going to come out. Thursday and Friday of this week, or really Wednesday and Thursday of this week, and probably even tomorrow, the House and Senate are meeting and making some very big decisions about school finance. The thing that upsets me the most is that we've been told for years and years and years, don't ever worry if your tax rate goes down. The state will always fill up that bucket. Remember all that training we've had?
Oh, yeah.
Remember all that? We've had Omar personally tell us that. And it's not working out that way for us right now. And so we have so many questions that are unanswered. And I asked Moises before we ever even created this, I said, Moises, what do you think is the best thing to do? Wait until we have more answers, or so there's no surprises, present some of this tonight. We felt like that presenting some of this tonight. So these are definitely assumptions, okay? And I'm going to turn it over to Moises from there.
So we actually have a presentation that's due to the time constraints, we decided to summarize all of this in these two sheets. I'm not sure how far you're updated on what's happening at the legislature at this point, but the main parts that are affecting the finance part of it have to do with the attendance and also the fund balance and some of the adjustments they're doing to the funding formulas as far as special programs are concerned. So as far as attendance, what they were saying originally is that they were going to take the first 6 weeks and see where those were and match them, compare them to the previous two years and see which ones were best years. And based on that, that would be the funding you would receive. So they were thinking of doing those for the first and second, consider them as a group, and the third 6 weeks considered that as a separate group and compare those. Now, what they are saying is that they're going to take the entire attendance for the entire year instead of separated by fiscal years, and so that no school loses any funding due to the decrease in attendance if we were to experience that, which in our case we are, but the attendance that we are seeing right now, even though we have experienced a loss of 23 students compared to what we budgeted, our attendance percentage increased a little, so that helped with our refined ADA, meaning the portion that we get funding on. So that's good that they're doing that for the attendance. Another parts that they that came out to our benefit also would be talking about the fund balance. So originally they were talking about 110 days for districts to have any fund balance. Well, now they have increased that to 180 days. That's
puts us in a much better
6 months budget. So 3 months are about 6 million. 6 months is equivalent to 12.4 million. Well, we are
a requirement. What's what you're saying?
Yes, what they're saying is that this is how much you have to have in your balance. If you have above that, we're gonna reduce your state funding.
If you have about
If you have
180.
More than 6
if you
months
have a
of
little more
funding.
than 180 days in your fund balance, which a lot of the school districts do have, but in our case, we don't have that. By the end of our fiscal year, we're gonna be down to at least 8.7 million. So my recommendation has always been since January, and I've been talking to Mr. York about this, to set some funds aside, restrict them, and assign them some general purpose. That way the state doesn't come back and touch those funds and reduce our funding. So that's good that they did, and they'll be discussing that either on Wednesday or on Thursday. The other part that they are going to be, let's see, that they mentioned in this House Bill 1523 is that they will be imposing sanctions to school districts that adopt a higher tax rate than what the state is allowing you to. So Mr. York mentioned about the maximum compressed rate. If you remember that last year, it was 90% set by state, because according to the state, that was the average growth across the entire state. Okay, so this year, we do not know what that maximum compressed rate is going to be. So it's a little bit difficult for us to estimate how much our annual tax is going to be. Well, the most recent templates that we have to work with at this point are calculating our maximum compressed rate at a reduction of 4 cents, which is reducing our annual tax from where we were at
that was the dollar.
95 cents to 0.91.
Yeah.
It's almost a million in lost in tax revenues.
So property values Is the value increases that the
Yes.
different property value increases that we might see? Okay.
That's what's supposed to happen, but we have two things working against us at this point. We have a property value that has increased 9.8%, and we already got our preliminary values.
Okay.
I had to call the appraisal district to see what was the reason for this increases, and of course, everybody, you all were talking about this shortage in home sales and the prices is skyrocketing. So that's the same thing chief appraiser told me what was happening and causing that surge in the value. So the other thing that's happening also, or that's working against us, is our attendance. At this point, we could lose. Well, as of the end of the first semester, we were at 24 the first semester. Let's see.
And so Moises is talking about ADA. And so remember, there's two figures. There is total enrollment and then average daily attendance.
Yes. So at the first semester, or at the end of the first semester, we were at 2,054, I think, and then as of today, on the 16th, we're at 2,429. Well, that has already reduced our funding, and it's a combination almost the loss of revenue and the state funding, almost $1 million that I'm seeing here. This is based on the most recent template that we have. Now, what we can do at this point, as Mr. York mentioned, is either protest the maximum compressed rate, but we're gonna have to wait until July, until we get a final certified value from the appraisal district. Then we can send this information over because he is still gonna collect information through a survey. Then they're gonna issue the calculated maximum compressed rate. At that point, we have 10 days to appeal the compressed rate.
We won't see that till midsummer.
We're not gonna see that until by the end of July, first weeks of August.
And that's when we need to be able to adopt the budget, and adopt the tax rate and everything else. That's why the timing of all this information is just mind-boggling. It's just literally mind-boggling.
So right here, actually, let's have the paper right here. It was 2456 at the end of the first semester. And so on the 16th, it's now the 2429. So just an estimate right here. For the purpose of the 21-22 budget, every decline of 5 students at a rate of 96% causes us a decreasing value of 30,000 and an increase in the recapture of 158,000.
Remember, as property values go up and enrollment goes down,
Yes.
our Robin Hood payment goes up.
Yes. But we do have some, I guess, some relief on the fast growth allotment. And this is calculated every 3 years. Fast growth allotment is about $500,000. And it's calculated by TEA at the beginning of the biennium. So for the last 3 years, up to 21-22, we qualify because of our increase in attendance. So even though we have lost students this year, we're not going to be disqualified from that.
We were very concerned about that. That was about $590,000 a year, our last year in revenue. And we lost that on top of now applying this maximum compressed rate, which is about the craziest thing I think I've ever, I mean, this is craziness. And
the only way that our compressed rate would not have been affected, either increased or decreases, the total value would have increased only 3%. But that's not going to happen here in Wimberley.
not going to happen for a long time.
The preliminary state value or controllable value increased by 11%. So that's even above the local value. So that's what we are looking at right now, and of course, the figures are concerning, but we decided to inform you all, give you all a heads up, what to expect later on. We think that event will not be able to convince TA to reduce that interest rate. We would see a reduction in the MNO, maintenance and operation tax rate. And of course, a reduction in our revenues that we have for operations.
And then one more piece of information real quick is that the national stimulus money.
Yes.
Okay. So the stimulus money is now what we're being told, and it came out late today from the Equity Center. And I'm not going to read what they wrote because it makes no sense whatsoever. It's almost like they make a statement and then their very next statement contradicts the statement they just made. But what they're getting at is this. That stimulus money is now going into general revenue. And the states that already have received their stimulus money, whatever was earmarked for education, it has been put into education. If this stimulus money gets put into the general revenue, because Moises and I pulled up from, this was from Raise Your Hand, Texas, whenever the stimulus was first being discussed. Our first round of federal stimulus was going to be about 187,000. Second round was going to be about 806,000. And then the third round was estimated at 1.8 million. Pflugerville just came out in Texas Daily today and said, we're losing enrollment, our property values are skyrocketing, and we're freezing everything. They're looking to cut staff. And I mean, this is like deja vu of 2011. It is so frustrating. You get on your feet, you move in the right direction, and then you get thrown this. And so we're anxiously awaiting legislation, direction. We even sent this to Leo Lopez, who is now, he is the deputy of school finance. Leo I dealt with back in 2007 when we were challenging Robin Hood. And so not only did we send this to Omar, and he gave us some explanation, but we've also sent it to Leo and hoping that Leo can give us some direction. But I'm so, you know, for years, we were told by Omar that, don't worry, cup's always going to be full. When that tax rate goes down, state's going to raise it. And that is not happening. And to think that this stimulus money now is going into general revenue, if that's factual, and the Equity Center is pretty on top of things, wow.
Yeah, even Texas Coalition reflected the same.
Yeah, Texas School Coalition also reported.
The coalition basically said that the governor submitted a waiver to the federal or the feds to be waived of dispersing those federal funds before before they submit a certification that they are going to meet their maintenance of effort. The state is also subject to the maintenance of effort as school districts are. We have to submit our certification to the state that we have spent the funds that we spent the previous year, and the state has to do the same. And the governor was not able to certify that to the feds last 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
So that's the reason why we have none of the Texas schools have seen any of their CARES funds yet, whereas other states have already received their funding. So here we have 2.6 million that we were told that we could potentially receive through CARES funds, and to start planning on what we're gonna do with that, but no.
Not to supplant, just like the last time we got the stimulus. Remember the last time we got stimulus, we were very careful. We didn't supplant any of it into salary. We were very careful with the way that we spent that money. We were gonna do the same thing with this stimulus, but now it's not happening. And that's why I'm so thankful that you approved these expenditures from the bond. I'm so thankful for that, because these are things that have to be done. And they're normally, some of these would be budgeted through M&O. And now that we had the available bond funds, we're not having to place this on M&O.
Why are we losing attendance? Our enrollment, I should say.
Most of it had to do with COVID. I mean, parents pulling their kids out to do homeschool,
Which has to
whatever,
be very,
which we hope is going
very much the
to,
case across the
they're gonna
entire state,
return.
right?
Yeah.
And our transfer students have dropped. Our number of transfer students have dropped. I spoke with a family this weekend that is a transfer family, and they're really concerned because gas prices. Look at our gas prices. And we've got to budget that for our buses. Diesel has gone up 82 cents. 82 cents a gallon. So I'm going to get off my soapbox. I'm sorry. I'm just, yeah.
Bottom line is, we're going to see how things evolve, and then we're going to probably have a pretty challenging budget cycle that we just need to kind of be prepared for. Look for guidance as we take that on. But this is good heads up.
Yeah.
So we appreciate it. Anything further on that item? Okay. Let's then move down to the superintendent's report. We're talking about summer school funding.
Yeah, so I shared with you a document in my report. We pretty well laid it out. We've got a pretty good handle on how Blue Hole and Jacob's Well, about how many kids we're gonna have and what the number of teachers we need. I broke it down at Danforth and at the high school. These will be edgenuity classes. They'll be working independently on their own pace, but we still need to hire teachers to monitor that. I know that Jason and I have spoke. Jason, when are you planning on sending out that survey to find out? You see, we can't make attendance mandatory. And so what traditionally has happened with summer school, especially at the high school level, is that you'll start out, let's say you've got 100 kids, just first day, 98 show up, second day, 60 show up, third day, 20 show up, and then by the end of the year, you have no kids there because you can't mandate attendance. So to budget for this has been very difficult. It was very difficult for Dee and I back in the day when we were principals because we were we had to deal with the same scenario.
There's no repercussions for not going to summer
No,
school?
there isn't.
Well, the repercussion is they have to take the course the following year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have to earn credit for the course. I was going to send it out on Wednesday.
On Wednesday. And so he's going to survey to see about how many students we need. But it's important that we start out with these, with this much faculty. The total cost estimated is $68,500. But it's necessary. COVID has put us in a heck of a predicament. In the academic gaps, the teachers have been busting their tail to do everything they can to get these kids back on track. The one thing that's happened to us at the high school, I'll just be really honest with you, is the complacency of our kids and just flat not turning in any work. And I have to applaud Jason and his staff for all that they have done. They've had parent conference after parent conference after parent conference, and we're fixing to have another round of parent conferences, because whenever a parent tells you, I don't know what to do, that's scary. That's scary. And what if it's a senior? Are you kidding me? So I definitely want to thank Jason and his staff. I met with them again today, and yeah, we've got some challenges right now.
You need a motion to do the summer school funding, or?
Yes, please, because this exceeds my expenditure.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second on the summer school funding as presented.
Can I just ask a question real quick?
Sure.
At high school level, are we doing remediation?
No.
They can do,
There's not going to be priority. And
Right,
it's going to
right.
depend on how the survey
They never
results
are.
come out. If the survey results come out to where there's more seats than there are for Edgenuity, then we're gonna look at adding another session. Yeah, I think that scenario is covered in that proposal.
Any other questions? All right, all in favor, raise your right hand. That's unanimous.
So we are gonna come back later on with a budget amendment for this summer school funding. But if we do get the federal funding, we can reimburse ourselves, since some of that will be allowable for learning loss anyway.
Yes. Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, we're going to move down to item 6D. Nothing really at this time, Dottie, to add to the agenda calendar. Then we have item 2 on here, which was a request from Rob.
Yeah, I was just curious. We're not going to spend a lot of time on this, Joe. Just want to give you a heads up.
Yeah.
I don't have any need to.
No.
I was just curious about the different types of voting during board meeting. And so I reached out to TASB because all the school districts in Texas are a part of TASB. We don't have to do necessarily what they say, but they can give counsel, of course, and we can decide as a local school board how to respond to that. But I would encourage you to read the document there that I sent to Dottie, and she put it here, especially in regards to how one votes and specifically abstaining from a vote. So that's really all I have to say about that. The trustees can read that in their own leisure. If they have insomnia one night or whatever it might look like. We don't need to spend extended time on that, Joe.
Okay, thanks. That's a
I
good
might just
refresher.
add that maybe we can start getting a doodle calendar or something together as people are beginning to figure out summer schedules.
Good idea. Yeah, if anybody has anything on the books, with things opening up, traveling and all that, maybe send those dates to Dottie. And then as we have to schedule some special meetings to do budget workshops and stuff, we can more easily align our calendars. Good thought. Okay, thank you, Rob.
Along those lines, Judge, do you anticipate we'll have an option to participate in our board meeting virtually if we are out of town or something?
Be very helpful.
Yeah, we certainly have the tools now, I think, to do a lot of that. We probably will, I don't know if that's something we need to vote on or if we just make that a sort of.
Isn't some of that in that literature you said?
Yeah,
it's something. Joe, I think it's just something you can do.
Nothing's changed, right? So I think we can do that. Yeah, I mean, I think it's worked great. We've got a great team up here, with Jordan and Alan helping us to put these meetings on virtually and connecting us on Zoom and so forth. So, yeah, I think that actually gives us a lot more flexibility. So
And if they go on vacation, then Dee and Greg could take over for them.
as long as I don't have to take over.
Screen will be black.
Yeah. So, all right, well, we'll keep working on that. Put back here. All right. So I think that's it for item 6 on our agenda. So we're going to move to item 7, and when we do, we're also going to take a break. But let me read this. The board may adjourn into closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. The board may then re-enter into open session for further discussion and necessary action. Deliberations may include security devices and security audits, Texas Government Code Section 551.076 and 551.089. Personnel matters, Texas Government Code Section 551.074, including hire recommendations, employee discipline. Deliberation regarding real property, Texas Government Code Section 551.072, in consultation with our attorney, Texas Government Code Section 551.071, and the time is 9:40.
concern.
11:11. Call this meeting back to order. Do we have any action?
No.
No action.
Motion to adjourn.
Adjourn.
That's what we have.
Wow.